bungalow, which has been referred to. The access point would be there. There's also a property opposite the proposed development site, which the noise assessors named as Third Bridge Holiday Home, when in actual fact it is actually 8 and 20 Farm. In paragraph 3.1, I refer to the nearest properties and do indeed identify it as 8 and 20 Farm. I think that the noise impact assessment mistake was carried forward by our acoustic advisors, and it crops up in paragraph 4.97 and again later on in my discussion in 7.6. But I'm satisfied that the noise assessment was done on the basis of this property directly opposite the application area. It was the right property but the wrong name. So I don't think the naming of it affected the outcome of the analysis. Hopefully it's clear from the report that the development proposal changed a number of times since it was originally submitted. And I thought it might be helpful just as background to that. When originally submitted, it was proposed that the irrigation reservoirs would provide water for the areas of land shown coloured on this plan. The applicant's land is the pale green, which matches what we saw earlier, and then various other, in fact, 11 other landowners would have contributed land to the scheme. But if you could perhaps just keep your eye on the orange bits and the blue bit. One of the first amendments to the scheme was removing the land at the very southeast. The Internal Drainage Board, the Hadnam Level Drainage Commissioners, questioned whether it would be possible to get water to that portion of the level. So that element was withdrawn. And that is now, following the withdrawal of most of the other landowners, that is now the area that we're left with, that the reservoirs have been designed to cater for, which is the applicant's land in pale green and 2 other landowners in the orange and the blue. So the reservoir capacity was resized to take into account the reduction in the land they were due to serve. So again, as background, this is the original proposal, which would have been for 4 reservoirs. And the original proposal would have been given rise to 1.1 million tonnes of sand and gravel and a water capacity of 694,000 cubic metres and taken 7 to 8 years to develop. However, for the reasons already mentioned, the actual proposal has been reduced in size to match the command area of the land that would be irrigated, and there would be three reservoirs which would accommodate 432,000 cubic metres of water, give rise to 691,000 tonnes of sand and gravel, which would be worked at a rate of 200,000 tonnes a year, and the development would take 5 to 6 years to complete. The rate of extraction would amount to an average of 45 loads of sand and gravel and a maximum of 50 loads, so that would equate to an average of 90 HGV movements and a maximum of 100 HGV movements per day. The working hours would be 7 in the morning till 6 p.m. Monday to Friday, 7 a.m. till 1 p.m. Saturday, and on weekdays from 6 to 7 a.m. the departure of preloaded HGVs. The site would be worked, the initial setup would involve creating the improved access at Doles Drove and setting up the access road and the infrastructure. The soils that would be stripped first would be placed in a 3-metre high bund along the southern roadside boundary and up part of the western boundary of the site. And then generally the site would be worked anti-clockwise in two phases. These show sections through the site. If you can imagine the northeastern area, the top one would be the western boundary of the site, where there would be a portion of land that would remain unworked. So the diagram shows the underlying mineral and overburden and soil. Then this shows a section through Reservoir C to Reservoir B to the area that would be restored to conservation grassland by infilling with the overburden from stage B. Similarly, the second section is running from the northeast corner through the conservation grassland, a section through Reservoir A to the area that would be worked first, which is close to the road, and that would be accommodate the overburden from stage A. These extracts show again the sequence of phasing. This would be at year 2, where Reservoir A would be completed. This would be year 4, where Reservoir B would be completed. And year 5, Reservoir C, and then actually back to the finished design proposal, which you'll note that the perimeter soil bunds would be removed and any temporary overburden storage removed, and the section at the northeast of the site would be restored to conservation grassland. The application involves mineral extraction, which is why it's a county matter and has come to the County Council for determination. And the local plan has a policy specific to such situations. And it centres on the applicant demonstrating that there is a legitimate need for the water that they're developing the reservoirs to hold. Advice on agricultural practice and economics is not something that's held within the council or with any of the normal consultees, so we did employ a specialist independent consultant, Reading Agricultural Consultants, to review the applicant's case in terms of agricultural practice and the financial justification. And Mr Danks's view was that the need for the reservoir sized as shown there had been made. There are two main issues that have given rise to objections from third parties, and one is the effect on groundwater of excavating the reservoirs, and particularly in dewatering the land so that the reservoirs can be engineered and lined with the clay. The scheme was amended in January of this year so that the sand and gravel would be worked without dewatering, and that the dewatering would only take place in the winter for the reservoir construction. And that would be from October, and the applicant proposes that that could go on until March. And that is a reason of objections from some third parties. However, the Environment Agency have groundwater specialists, and we're very grateful to James and his colleague who have looked at this application many times as it's evolved, and not only have they assessed the applicants' submissions, there have been third-party representations as well. So the Environment Agency and all the disciplines, would thank them for their ongoing advice on that. But the upshot is, having reviewed all the available information, the Environment Agency don't raise an objection, though I think it comes out in the report that the scheme, like most development, is not entirely without risk, but the professional view is that the development is capable of being done with any adverse impacts being mitigated to acceptable levels. And the Environment Agency's view has informed Natural England's position, and they are satisfied that the proposal would not have an adverse impact on the ooze washes. The Environment Agency also reminded us that the developer would still need an abstraction licence, so that the planning permission, if granted, wouldn't be the end of the story. As I said, there have been objections on this particular issue. The Haddenham Level Drainage Commissioners, who again I must thank for their ongoing involvement, their chairman has had to take a report to his committee, or his board, on many occasions when there have been changes to this scheme. But some of the initial concerns from the Drainage Board have been resolved in removing the parcels of land at the far southeast of the level from the scheme. And also the board were anxious that they had control over the, once the reservoirs were constructed during the operational phase, the board wanted to make sure they had control over the infilling and then the dispersal of the water. So the board and the applicant have entered into their own legal agreement which satisfies the board in that respect. However, they do maintain an objection to the proposal because they don't believe continuing dewatering into January, February and March is acceptable. They believe the effects on groundwater would be such that it wouldn't recover in time for the growing season. That view is also shared by the neighbouring landowner, A.G. Wright Farms. They maintain an objection to that element of the proposal, and they don't believe that groundwater would recover in the spring and summer as suggested in one of the earlier paragraphs in the report. But you are going to hear from Mr Church of the Haddenham Level Drainage Commissioners and from Mr Wright and his technical advisors, so I won't, I think, tread on their toes and try and preempt what they're going to say. The other significant issue that's been raised by third parties surrounds traffic. And on the, again, it's part of the agenda plan, but hopefully you can see the site is there, and the proposed route would be westbound on the A1123 through Erith, Bluntisham, and then east of St Ives down to the road that used to be the former A14. In the course of considering the application, there was a request from, I think, local councillors that the applicant review alternative routes, and that was indeed done. And these alternatives are shown here. One was to travel east through Haddenham and then up to the A142 and 141 and join the other side of Huntingdon. And then a second route that was looked at was to drop south through Willingham to the former A14. Well, the reason set out in the report, the applicant maintained that the application should be was put forward on the basis of the original Route 1, going westbound on the A1123. So that's what's been considered by colleagues in the Transport and Highway section of the County Council, and as a highway authority, they raised no objections on highway safety or capacity. We're aware that the parishes of Willingham, Hilton and Haddenham are concerned that vehicles would go through those villages. However, the applicant has put forward a routing agreement which, if planning permission were granted, would be secured by condition, which would ensure that would instruct the lorries to keep to the proposed route. Exceptions would be made if they had legitimate business in settlements, deliveries of sand and gravel to those settlements. Residents in Erith and Bluntisham, as well as raising concerns about highway safety and congestion, and some community action groups as well, have shown that they're very concerned about environmental factors arising from the HGV traffic. Damage to property through vibration, noise from the HGV traffic and air quality. The County Council engaged independent advice on both those matters, and in respect of noise, Acoustic Associates undertook their own monitoring as well as reviewing the applicant's submission and third-party representations. And their conclusion was that the noise levels on that route are already very high, but the contribution of the additional HGVs from the proposed development would be insignificant in the context of the total. And similarly, air quality consultants assessed the air quality information provided by the applicant and also by third-party representatives, and their conclusion was that the additional traffic generated by the development would not lead to significant air quality impacts. Huntingdonshire District Council's Environmental Health Officer also reached the same view, which was supported by the County Council's Public Health Officers. I think in conclusion, we're satisfied, bearing in mind the advice from Reading Agricultural Consultancy, that the applicant has demonstrated a farming and agricultural business need for the reservoirs sized as they are. Given the advice of the Environment Agency, Natural England and others, we believe that the impacts could be mitigated by the requirements of the planning conditions that are recommended. Though, as I said before, the applicant would still have a long way to go in that they would need to obtain an abstraction licence, and you'll note that a fair number of the planning conditions require the submission of detail at pre-commencement stage. I've nothing further to add at this stage. Thank you, Chair.
Helen, thank you very much. Very comprehensive and detailed report there, so we appreciate that. Members, I'm going to ask if there's any questions of clarity, but before I do, I'd just like to say we do have a selection of technical officers with us as well to answer any technical questions regarding any of the items within the application. So with us, we're also joined by Andrew Connolly, who's a Principal Transport Officer, and also by James Watson and Eleanor Ward, who are from the Environment Agency. So any technical questions around those two areas, I'm assuming will be answered by them. But members, I throw it open to you now if there's any questions of clarity for any of the officers. I believe Councillor Smith indicated.
Thank you. It's just a quick one. Basically, I'll have more questions going along in the debate. But can I ask what? I didn't catch it. Very comprehensive report, as always, Helen. But the highways, what was that? Did you say they did or they did not raise an objection to it?
No objection.
Right. Sorry, that was me. I just didn't catch it.
Thank you. Any other members? Councillor Bradnam, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I wanted to ask for clarification regarding the dewatering periods. I can see we have an informative on our page 75 relating to the dewatering periods, and I wasn't entirely clear whether those conditioned dewatering periods or the informative about condition 7 was sufficient to satisfy the Internal Drainage Board with their concerns.
No, it wouldn't. We've taken the informatives from the applicant's proposed groundwater monitoring scheme, which the Environment Agency has reviewed and is satisfied with, but that does, the applicant still proposes that dewatering would take place January, February and March for at least some of the reservoirs. So the Internal Drainage Board and Mr Wright wouldn't be supportive of the condition as it stands at the moment, with that monitoring reference to that monitoring scheme.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any further questions of clarity, please? Councillor Gardner.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's with regard to the traffic routing. I'm sure you mentioned the fact.
Can we just have one mic on at a time, please? I think that's it.
Erith was already experiencing high traffic volumes through the village, and that the officer felt that the additional 90 lorry movements, I think you said, would not be detrimental to the village. But that does seem to me, as somebody that knows that particular section of road, an additional 90 lorries going through Erith and Bluntersham would be extremely adverse to those villages. So I'd just like a bit more clarification as to why the officer doesn't think that an additional 90 lorries going that way would be a problem, and why the officer doesn't think it would be better to go the other way through Haddenham and then down the A10 rather than the tortuous route through St Ives and then on to the A14.
Through the Chair, could I check that your question is in respect of highway capacity congestion rather than the air quality or noise? That will be Andrew, was the Transport Assessment Officer who assessed it.
We have Mr Connolly with us, who's the Principal Transport Officer. He might be better placed to respond.
I think this, sorry, I've missed that one.
big button at the front of the microphone. Welcome, Andrew. So was the question clear there, Andrew?
Yes, I think so. I think the first question was about numbers, is that correct? The impact on Erith and Bluntisham. So what we're looking at as a transport assessment team is the morning peak, which is 8 till 9, and the evening peak, which is 5 till 6. They're the core hours we're looking at. Between those times, the network is operating at lower capacity. It's 90 vehicles over a course of a day, which equates to just a few trips per hour. So those trips going through in the peak times won't cause a capacity issue, and that's why we didn't object. And I think the other question was regarding routing. I think firstly we have to assess what's been put forward by the applicant, which is what we looked at, and there was no, it is onto an A road, J1123, which is suitable for HGV, so there was no reason for us to object to that route. Heading east towards Haddingham, again, if that was put forward, would we object to that? It's a difficult one to say. It's a different route. They've got to head north onto the A124. Is it possibly a slightly longer route, slightly more tortuous for the HGVs? It still has an impact on another village, Haddingham. It's got its issues as well as Erith, but I don't think there was an issue with what was put forward by the applicant to go through Erith that would enable us to object to the routing agreement. I hope that answers your questions.
And Councillor Corney, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I don't know if this is the right sort of point of clarity or not, but Helen, thank you. But the preloaded lorries, just pricked my ears up a little bit there, with regards to preloaded, suggests that there will be stored vehicles. Are we running a haulage yard from there now, or is it just the application that we're looking at? And whether that gets picked up a bit later on, I don't know. But
so I think I caught that. Your question was about the proposal to have allow preloaded lorries to leave from 6 a.m. So as I understand it, the loading of the lorries would have to take place the day before, and they would be ready on site, available to leave at 6 a.m. if presumably the customers demanded. That's possibly something that might be put to the applicant in due course, and if that hasn't answered the question.
Yeah, I think probably, like I say, I wonder whether it come up a bit later on, but it just suggests a slightly different format to what we're talking about, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And a question from me, please, if I may, Helen. It's regarding enforcement of the routing agreement. So assuming this application is approved and the routing agreement is in place, is there a mechanism for enforcement should the lorries not stick to that agreement?
We would certainly respond to reports from members of the public or others. In this instant, we believe the mineral operator is going to be McGeorge Limited. In that makes life more straightforward, and if it's a single operator, there's a single person to go to, it's easier for them to control their own drivers than if it was an all-comers sort of franchised outfit, and we understand that their vehicles do have GPS tracking.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bradnam?
Thank you, Chair. Just on the matter of the traffic, the gentleman here advised us 90 movements a day was only a few trips per hour. But just for my own understanding, if you divide the 90 trips per day by even, say, 12 hours of daylight, that's still 7.5 an hour. I just wondered, what did you understand would be the number of trips per hour?
Sorry, you wanted clarification on the number of trips per hour?
Yes, during the days through the villages where people are going to and fro, and I'm just wondering how many vehicles they're likely to encounter.
Well, I think Emma just clarified to me, it's probably, I think the maximum is 100 vehicles per day. And I think the site is operating, what, 11 hours is right, Helen? sorted out. So it's 8 to 10 HGV movements per hour is what it will be. So when we're looking at, so my role in the transport assessment team is to look at capacity of junctions. We would start to take interest in a junction when it's 30 movements or over, because that's at what point it starts to have a severe impact on the junction. Below 30, it's accounted for in the daily variation of traffic going through a junction.
If I may, Chair, I think my concern was lorries going through busy high streets where there are pedestrian crossings. I know in the report there was reference to the fact that some of the houses are very close to the road, and there are projected second floors which would be very close to lorries. 8 to 10 per hour actually seems quite a lot. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Members, any further questions of clarity for the officers before we move on? No, I can't see any, so thank you to the officers. It might be worth hanging on, actually, in case we need to call on you again later in the meeting. Members, we're now going to move on to public speakers. Public speakers are organised in essentially 3 sections: those speaking in favour of the application, public bodies, and those speaking against. We have 4 members of the public speaking against the application. So in order of fairness, I'm proposing to offer them, or everyone, equal amount of time each to present their views to the committee. So I'm proposing on allowing each speaker 3 minutes each to put their views forward. Obviously, given that there are 4 public speakers speaking against the application, that makes a total of 12 minutes. So in fairness to the other people speaking and addressing the committee, I will offer them the same amount of time. So to be clear, I'm going to offer the applicant 12 minutes to address the committee, and I'm going to offer the 2 public bodies speaking 6 minutes each. So albeit say you don't have to use the entirety of the time, but in the interest of fairness, I think that's the best way to run it. So we're actually going to start with the applicant, please. So do we have either William Dennis or John Goff here on behalf of Mick George? Yeah, please, there's a table each for you. So thank you for coming today. As mentioned, I'll allow 12 minutes for you to address the committee, albeit you don't have to use the entirety of the time. But I would actually advise against using all of it. But please do give us your views, and then if you could hold on in your seats for a few minutes in case there are any questions of clarity from the members. So whenever you're ready.
Certainly, I'll keep this to about 5 minutes anyway. Chair, members of the committee. If planning consent is granted, Mick George will undertake the physical works associated with the reservoir's construction at Willow Hall Farm. That will include the infrastructure establishment, mineral extraction with on-site processing, as well as the sequential commissioning of the reservoirs complex. Dennis Farms have progressed this application themselves, although in the last year have involved MGL to assist in addressing certain operational and engineering aspects of the project. Mr. Dennis is on hand to answer questions you may have about the need for the reservoirs. Climate change will significantly increase the requirement for additional water resources to irrigate homegrown produce. Climate change will magnify the threat to soil resources. Crop irrigation is an essential component of horticultural production. The proposed irrigation reservoir facility will contribute to achieving central government objectives for UK food security. As acknowledged within the officer report, there appears to be little, if any, objection to the principle of winter storage of water for crop irrigation. Furthermore, the officer report acknowledges the realisation of biodiversity gain from the project. There is, however, concern expressed by individuals and local community organisations about the effects during the temporary construction phase. You will no doubt listen to such representations and objections shortly. However, Dennis Farms asks you to consider the compelling conclusions and recommendations of the statutory consultees dealing with technical matters as summarised within your officer report. East Cam's Environmental Health, commenting on HGV traffic along the A1123, no objection. Hunt's DC Environmental Protection, commenting on the same subject, no objection. Environment Agency, groundwater protection and importantly dewatering proposals, no objection. Environment Agency water quality, no objection. County Council Archaeology, no objection. County Council Transport Assessment Officer commenting on HGV traffic along the A1123, including that through Erith, no objection. Air quality consultants appointed by the County Council, no air quality impacts regarding HGV traffic along the A1123. County Council Public Health, no health impacts. Appointed independent acoustic consultants, site operations are compliant with national policy. Road traffic noise, their conclusion was contribution of additional HGVs will be insignificant. With regard to HGVs, your officers are fully aware that Mick George Limited have geofence system to manage their vehicles. This will ensure they remain on approved routes and operate during approved operational hours. Furthermore, over 95% of MGL's HGVs have Euro 6 engines, which are cleaner and more environmentally friendly than many of the vehicles travelling along the A1123 at present. In terms of planning policy, the officer report can find no conflicts whatsoever with any extant policies within any of the development plans. In terms of national guidance, published as recently as last week, again, no conflicts are found to arise. You have before you a comprehensive report prepared by your own extremely experienced planning team. Dennis Farms asked the conclusions within Section 8 of the officer report are fully and carefully considered by each of you. They then ask that the recommendation of your officers is fully supported. As confirmed by the statutory consultees dealing with technical matters, the project can be undertaken without significant harm to local communities or the local environment. Any temporary impacts during the construction phase can readily be addressed by suitably worded planning conditions imposed by your authority. The scheme is eminently sustainable in every sense of the word, providing valuable crop irrigation water for high-quality homegrown produce. The scheme will provide valuable, albeit local, gains to biodiversity. The scheme will provide a step in the right direction of addressing climate change. Chair, members of the committee, thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And well under the 12 minutes, so I thank you for that also. I will now ask members if there's any questions of clarity for the two speakers we have here. One from Councillor Kindersley.
Thank you very much. In the officer's report, there was mention of the report prior to you speaking. There was mention that the length of the consent would be 5 or 6 years, but in fact the condition is 5 years. So presumably you can offer us confidence that you will be complete and done within 5 years.
Yes, there's no reason why that could not be completed. The rate of extraction is 200,000. We should take the mineral out over a 5-year period, and then a lead-in time, and then the commissioning of the reservoirs can be undertaken within that 5-year period, certainly.
Thank you. A secondary, if I may, please, Chair. If you were required to follow the much longer route, that presumably would have an impact on your timescales.
No, that would have an impact on carbon emissions quite significantly. The longer route is something like 3 times longer than the route being proposed. If the County Council are concerned at all about climate change, then the last thing they want to be doing is making HGVs travel 3 times longer than they need to.
Thank you very much. Any further speakers? Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you. I'd just like to ask you, what would be the impact on your operation of complying with the IDB's request that you do not dewater during up to March?
Just for clarity, Reservoir A, we are agreeing to a period between October and December. It's only the second two reservoirs that we're looking for the extended period. The issue would be if there were untoward weather during that winter period. It would then possibly delay the whole project by another year or so, because if you cannot dewater at the set time of year, you cannot place the material back in to create the reservoir. So that would have a significant impact on the timescales. But the Environment Agency have looked at this very, very carefully. The statutory body dealing with it, do not have an issue with it. In some respects, it's a bit like suggesting imposing a speed limit of 50 miles an hour on all motorways. It's a nice idea, but it doesn't actually produce any positive gains.
Did I understand you, if I may, Chair?
Please. Yep.
Did I understand you to say then that it would simply impact on the timescale of construction?
It could have an impact on the extended period is to allow more time to allow the reservoirs to be properly constructed, and if that period is truncated, then it would have an ongoing impact, and it would mean you couldn't carry on those operations for the following year. So yes, the conclusion would be an extended period of time for that the activities will be carried out on site.
Okay, thank you. I don't think there's any further questions of clarity, so again, I thank you very much for taking the time to address us today. And we'll move on to the next public speaker, please. And that will be Mr. Michael Church of the Haddenham Level Drainage Commissioner. If you don't mind hanging on while we sanitise the table. It wasn't in the job description, Nick, was it? Mr. Church, hi, thank you very much and welcome. And just to clarify what I said at the beginning, I'll allow you 6 minutes to address the committee. And then at the end, if you could hold on for any questions of clarity that may arise. So whenever you're ready, please.
Right. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I've been involved in local land drainage for 54 years.
Sorry, Chairman, could I ask for Mr. Church to put the microphone a bit closer to him, please? I'm finding there's a lot of echo in this hall. Thank you.
I'm aware of that. I forgot to bring my hearing aids this morning.
No, would you like to start again, please? Thank you.
I've been involved in local land drainage for 54 years. I managed a farm with land in both Haddenham Level Commissioners and Over and William districts from 1967 until I retired in 2006. I then became clerk to both boards until my appointment as chairman of the Haddenham board in 2015. During this time, I've been responsible for the running of the Over and William area, including control of water levels, long before the chlorine work commenced. I feel that, therefore, that I am well qualified to talk about the changes which occurred when dewatering started for gravel extraction. Small dikes over 2 kilometres from the extraction area, which had always carried water, summer and winter became dry. I would like to draw your attention to a paragraph in the officer's report, number 4.87, from Charles French of the University of Cambridge, which states that dewatering created a halo effect of drawing down water levels by 5 metres at 500 metres from the face, and had an effect for 1,500 metres downstream. This is a point which I have repeatedly asked for clarification on, but have not been given a satisfactory answer. The major difference between the two areas is that the oversight had been purchased by the gravel company, and although the farmers carried on growing crops on the land until it was used, it was at their risk. Haddenham Fen is different. It's a different field layout, smaller fields, and the crops grown are more intensive. There are many root crops grown in the Haddenham area. In the case of the proposed development at Willowhill Farm, the site is surrounded by other farmers. From my experience, many could be affected by the dewatering of the proposed site. It has been quoted many times that this will only be for the construction period, then water levels will recover. My concern is, Chairman, is the effect on the crops and losses during those years. There has been no attempt by the developer to offer any protection or show any concern for the effect this dewatering will have on their neighbouring farmers. The IDB have repeatedly asked for recharge trenches around the site, which have not been offered to a satisfactory time, as we would hope, to give us protection. The applicant announced at a meeting in September 2020 the method of working was changing to digging the site wet without continuous dewatering, which was confirmed at a meeting that we held again in October. Dewatering to only take place during October and November. These 2 months in different years would allow time to construct each reservoir. The Commissioners were prepared to accept this as a satisfactory compromise. I'm sure you will now read in the report the intention is to continue to dewater until February-March for reservoirs B and C. This change concerns the Internal Drainage Board that will not be allowed groundwater levels a chance to recover before spring. The report from the Environment Agency states that this probably would allow levels to recover, but once again, to protect our farmers, we've got to be certain that levels will recover, and that when water is needed in the spring, it will be there. I hope you have read the officer's report on 455 to 460, how the Hadnam level have managed summer water levels for many years to the satisfaction of the area's farmers. I feel maintaining summer water levels in the future could become more challenging, so storage of winter water will be a benefit once the reservoirs are completed, but it's during the stage of completion that does concern us. In conclusion, until agreement is reached to cease dewatering at December the 31st in each year, the Hadnam Level Drainage Commissioners feel they have no option but to keep their objection in place. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Church. If you wouldn't mind holding on for a few minutes in case there's any questions of clarity for you from the members of the committee. Members, are there any questions of clarity? Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you. So for absolute clarity, Mr. Church, if the condition were amended such that dewatering were to cease at 31st of December, and forgive me, others will know more clearly in which particular years of construction we're talking about, that would satisfy the IDB? Am I right?
Yes, but it is the first reservoir. There was no problem because initially they wanted October, November to make sure it was completed. So we agreed to the end of December. It's the second two reservoirs that then go on January, February, and the third one to March.
Yeah.
And they've repeatedly said they could pump the water out of the reservoirs into the void, but we don't understand how that is going to recharge the groundwater levels.
Thank you.
Any other members? Points of clarity? No? So thank you very much, Mr. Church. Our next public speaker, please. Do we have Mr. Alan Till from Erith Parish Council? For speed, it might be quicker to go to the other table then. So, yeah, Councillor Till, thank you very much for joining us today. As with the previous speaker, you have 6 minutes to address the committee. Then, if you wouldn't mind holding tight for a few more minutes in case there's any questions of clarity for yourself as well. So, whenever you're ready, please.
Thank you. I've lived in Erith for 6 years, which is a nice, friendly village. It's got one huge problem, as anyone who's been through would know, and it's traffic. That's the key. It's a lovely village. It's got the walks, the river, but it's absolutely blighted by the traffic problems. What's known on the plans as the A1123 is in fact Erith High Street to us who live there. Through the village there's a conservation area, and on either side there's very old houses. They have foundations which are quite shallow. They suffer from vibration, and these huge lorries are causing cracks and problems with the houses. I did want to raise the point that the traffic officer said about a few movements per day, and thanks to the councillor for saying, actually making the point, it's not a few movements per day, it's a movement every 5 or 6 minutes if you do the basic maths of about 10 per hour. If there's a hold-up or if there's a snarl of traffic, we could have 4 or 5 of these huge lorries in the village on a Saturday morning when people want to go around their business, take their children to the shops. It's not a few, it's an absolute, huge number for the residents. This will make an already difficult situation with the traffic into a catastrophic one. We know, and there's more evidence coming out all the time about the effect of the particulates from the diesel emissions. There is no, safe level of this stuff anymore, and that's clear. So to claim it's a green transport approach from the representative of McGeorge's is laughable. On the subject of pavement and people trying to walk through the pavements, these are some of the most narrowest pavements I've ever seen. It's an old village. It wasn't built, when the village was constructed, it wasn't built to support these kind of lorries. As people walk down the pavement, sometimes you have to step out the way. It's not big enough in some areas for 2 people. The width from the curb to someone's wall of their house is no more than that in some places. This is what we're having to deal with. I'd like to just point out there was a historic planning application for something similar in 1989 for 90 movements per day. That was turned down. And to quote the Secretary of State at the time, the proposed increase in HGV traffic is unacceptable. In the report that we've just seen, it says that's not. It's too historical to be important. But in fact, the opposite is true. The traffic now is worse than in 1989. So in fact, it just reinforces the point. It shouldn't be dismissed. And I do have a problem with how the report has been put together. Whenever there is some issues to be made, it always comes down on the side of the applicant. It never comes down on the side of the people most affected, the residents. And this, again, similar point about the noise levels. Well, it's already bad. In fact, it's higher than the World Health Organization level should be. But instead of saying that's a reason to dismiss, to reject, it says, well, it's okay, we'll just add some more. That's illogical. You've got to start at some point to reduce the problem, not to increase the problem. And this report will make it worse. This application will make it worse. It's almost as if it's saying, let's think on the global warming. Well, we'll create a new coal-fired power station, because overall, it's not going to add to global warming, but it's the cumulative effect. You have to stop it at some point, and now is the time to do that. Similar point about the noise levels as well, and the air quality. Again, the report always comes down on the side of the applicant. It never considers the residents through which the traffic in the villages must go. I'd like to just mention about some people I know live on the high street. Andrew and Caris moved in the 1960s when the roads weren't like they were now. Now in their 80s, living out kind of the later part of their life. Their house is 3 or 4 feet from where these lorries will rumble past. Every 6 minutes, they've got to sit there through when they're at home all day. On a Saturday, every 6 minutes, the window should shake. The house should have to suffer that. It can't be something that, as councillors, you've come into public life to support that kind of impact on people's life, that detrimental impact. I note when the new administration was elected, Councillor Netsinger said they wanted to make Cambridgeshire greener and fairer. Is this application really going to do that? You have to ask that question. Here's a brilliant opportunity to put into practice something that will make people's lives better by rejecting the application. This will show people that actually it's not like previous when things were just waved through. We're thinking about the residents. We're trying to make their lives better. We all support commerce and local local people trying to create jobs. But here, we don't object to the movement of lorries taking produce in and out, but this is of a different order. This is about mineral extraction as much as it is about irrigation. This is going to keep Mick George busy for 5 years. It never came through the mineral and waste plan. It's been put through as an irrigation project. It was supersized to begin with because of the amount of mineral extraction required. Then it was cut down.
If you could start to conclude, please. We're running short on time.
Yeah. The key point I'd like to make for the Council is that there is unquestionably grounds to reject this on both highway safety and traffic generation grounds. I would ask them, did you really come forward to represent Cambridgeshire so you could inflict this on local villages? We take already, as the report has shown, far more than our fair share of traffic through Erith and Bluntersham to St Ives. Enough is enough. After the pandemic, the way people work now is different. We work at home, we're at home more. That's got to come into the consideration of the quality of life of people who have to live there and endure this. Just to do the basic maths, 100 lorries per day.
Councillor, we're actually out of time now.
Okay, can I just finish one sentence?
Very quickly.
262 working days a year, 26,000 lorries per year, 157,000 lorry journeys over the course of the application. Please vote against this for the quality of life of people.
Thank you very much. But mind holding fire for a second in case there's any questions of clarity on your comments. Members, any questions? I don't think so. I think that means very articulate and well put forward points. I thank you very much for your time, Councillor.
Thank you.
So next, we have 4 public speakers speaking against the application, beginning with Dr. Alan James, please. Morning, Dr. James. Thank you for joining us today. And as mentioned at the start, I'm going to allow 3 minutes for each of the 4 public speakers speaking against. So just to make you aware, the time is slightly shorter than the other speakers. Sure. And if you don't mind holding fire at the end, again, in case there's any questions of clarity for you.
Okay.
So, whenever you're ready, please.
My name is Alan James, and I'm the chairman of CPRE for Cambridgeshire and Peterborough, a campaign to protect rural England. And I also live in Hadnam, and I'm a member of the HCV group, which has been referred to. CPRE are very, very concerned about this landscape. Hadnam Fen was the first fen to be drained. It is the only unspoilt fen between St Ives and Streatham. All the others have had gravel digging. So I ask you to think about history here and history of this landscape. It is extremely important, and Vermuyden would recognise it. We are very concerned about this dewatering issue. Around Northstowe, the Northstowe development has caused damage to the aquifer around Northstowe. Trees are dying, bushes are dying. This is not a simple issue. It is a very complex issue. And I urge you to listen to the Hadnam Drainage Board. Indeed, I think the Hadnam Drainage Board, according to their bylaw 3, unless they agree to this application, it is illegal to do anything else than to reject it. Bylaw 3 of the Hadnam Drainage Board bylaws. It is largely this application about gravel extraction. It's got very little to do with watering potatoes, and that's why it's going ahead. It is about gravel extraction. The highways along this route, the A1123, is in a terrible state. The County Council has had to spend a large sum of money, £250,000 and 5 weeks' work, just to upgrade 2 short stretches of it, because it has no foundations whatsoever. These minerals are not allocated in the new county minerals and waste plan. This site is not part of that minerals and waste plan. And I urge you to think about the effect of traffic on Erith. There is no safe limit for PM 2.5s. Okay? That's what it says in our Air Quality Regulations 2010, no safe limit. And it also says that in the Air Quality Directive of the EU. Now, working hours. Drivers turn up to these sites. They're already turning up to the Hanson site. They start turning up at 5:30 in order to get loaded. I got woken up this morning by a driver passing through my village at 5:30. And so saying that they're going to start at 7 or 6, not the case. We are very concerned about the use of conditions. We know that conditions are not being adhered to around the North Stowe development, around a development in Hadnam, and we are very, very concerned about the reliance on conditions in this application.
Thank you very much, Dr. James. Members, any questions of clarity? One from Councillor Kindersley, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I need to update my declaration of interest. I've worked with Dr. James on another campaign in relation to East West Rail, but I don't think that that is prejudicial to the current matter in hand. I wonder if he could explain a little bit further the issue that he raised about the illegality of us agreeing consent or not this morning in relation to the Drainage Board.
Thank you. And Dan, I think you noted that declaration of interest. In terms of illegality, who wants to take that? Is that one for you, Jaspreet? Oh, sorry, so was he asking you?
Yeah.
Was that a question to Mr.
Well, that's my interpretation of Bylaw 3.
You're off the hook, Jaspreet.
Which applies to all the Drainage Board bylaws, which is that the Drainage Board must agree to any change in water flow into or out of its area. And that's very clear to me, but I'm not a lawyer.
Sure. So I'm going to hand over to our legal officer now to give a legal view on that, please.
Thank you, Chair. Fundamentally, when we're dealing with this application, we're dealing with the planning aspects of this application. So in this context, both the Environment Agency and the Internal Drainage Board are consultees, but fundamentally the decision to make to grant this planning application would lie with yourselves, taking on board consultee comments. So the relationship would be that the Environment Agency is the overarching body responsible for ensuring that the water resources are appropriately controlled, and the Internal Drainage Board has a role in this particular area in terms of making sure that flooding and water levels are adequately managed. However, the decision lies with yourself, by reference to the local plan and material planning considerations. So fundamentally, what you've heard, I mean, you have to make your own decision in terms of balance, but you have statutory consultees who are expressing an opinion, and it's up to you to decide how much weight you give to each opinion. However, the consultation comments from the Environment Agency are positive. Consultation comments from the Internal Drainage Board are specifically relating to dewatering, you've heard, but they're not against the development as such. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chair, if I may
Councillor.
come back on that. So what you're saying is take into account what has been said, but any frustration of a consent by the Internal Drainage Board is between them and the landowner.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, members? No, I don't see any, so thank you very much, Dr. James. So we call on our next public speaker, please, Mr. Nick Wright. Do you have Nick Wright here? Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Wright. And as with the previous speaker, you have 3 minutes to address the committee, and then there may be some questions of clarity for you at the end. So whenever you're ready, please.
Is that working, the mic?
Yes, you're on.
Brilliant. Okay, hi, morning. My name's Nick Wright. Thank you for listening to me. My farming business is A.G. Wright & Sons Farms Limited. We neighbour the application site to the south and east. I'm also a commissioner of the Hadnam Level Drainage Board. We've said from the outset we are not objecting to the scheme per se, but we are saying this application cannot be given approval until a dewatering abstraction licence is agreed between neighbours. Our farms have to be protected from the effects of dewatering. The statement in point 2.7 of the Planning Officer's report is not correct. Groundwater levels do not recover during the spring and summer. The applicant at a Haddenham Level Drainage Board meeting on the 3rd of September 2020 proposed a wet excavation scheme, which he said would require dewatering of the area during October and November only. This was accepted. Since then, this position has changed, and that has been set out to you in detail by Mr. Church. This is not acceptable to either any of the neighbours or the Drainage Board. The applicant has not provided enough borehole or topographical information to make us confident that the conclusions of the hydrological impact assessment can be relied upon with confidence. This is set out in paragraph 4.29 of the Officer's report. The extension of the dewatering period is of great concern to us because if the land is being dewatered through January to March, it will be given no chance to replenish to satisfactory groundwater levels before the spring. Successful fen farming for hundreds of years has always been about water management and cooperation with neighbours. We must therefore preserve this and have an agreement in place to protect the neighbouring farmers to this scheme. I'm sure you will understand that we are not going to have a cat in hell's chance to be able to stop a multi-million-pound mineral extraction operation going ahead, keeping going, just because our farm is drying out, unless we have the protection of a proper legal agreement. The legal agreement must limit the time for dewatering from October to December. The EA have said consistently that the body that knows the most about the water management of the area is the Drainage Board, and they have also stated that we would recommend the monitoring and mitigation schedule is agreed between neighbouring landowners to avoid any potential enforcement difficulties arising in the future. I therefore would ask you that if you are minded to grant approval for this application, despite the numerous other concerns and objections, you ensure that a condition of the consent is a strong, evidence-based agreement protecting all the neighbours, and that means no dewatering after December. As Mr. Goff said, crop irrigation is vital, and it is simply not right or proper to deny that to neighbouring farmers because of a mineral extraction operation on our doorstep. It can be solved, it should be solved, and it can very easily be solved by stopping in December. And I really do ask you to take that on board and look through the report, which consistently highlights the need for it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wright. Members, again, any questions of clarity? No? Oh, sorry, one from Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Wright. I realise this is a question I perhaps should have asked Mr. Church, but given that you're a member of the Internal Drainage Board in Haddenham, I'm going to ask you. I'm mindful that your concern is that the dewatering should not continue after the end of December. If that were a condition that were applied, would you be, regretfully I suspect, but would you be prepared to accept the application?
I think in the spirit of what I've said, you know, it is fen farming is cooperation with neighbours. We have never said we cannot do this to our neighbours. What we've said, please, please, bear in mind that we farm next door. We can't pick up our farm and move it elsewhere. We have to be protected, and we can't stop a multi-million-pound operation doing it, as I've said. So the answer is, if that was the case, yes, we would. I wouldn't be sitting here. I wouldn't be wasting your time. And I cannot believe why on earth it hasn't been, if I'm truly honest.
Any further questions, members? No, I can't see any, so thank you very much.
Thanks.
Mr. Wright.
Do I turn that off now?
Well done. And next public speaker, Dr. Craig Fannin, please. Morning, Dr. Fannin.
Good morning.
Morning. So, same rules as the previous speaker, 3 minutes, and then any questions of clarity from members I have for you.
There is a graph which hopefully Helen read to show to you. What it is, I'm looking at, I've been retained by AG Wright to speak here and look at their water on it. Generally, I also agree with the principles of the scheme. The reservoirs are a good use of natural resources coming through. It's coming in here. But the irrigation season starts on the 1st of April. What we have is a system where groundwater levels actually start to rise in the October to December period. They then plateau off during January at a level which is really controlled by the IDB. Then they start to deplete. In 2020, groundwater started to deplete sometime between the 4th and 6th of March. In 2021, they started to deplete between 8th and the 11th of February within there. So for us, having a groundwater system where you're removing a further 5 metres of water from the groundwater system, if you carry on dewatering in February and March, you're giving it absolutely no time for the groundwater system to recharge within there. So that's why we come back to that same question, or the same point of ceasing dewatering during December gives at least the potential for all the winter recharge to actually get yourself back into the aquifer within there. If you carry on, and particularly if you carry on into March, then there is a point where you may, any of the IDB's drainage systems on board, their channels may actually empty during the first part of April, so that any water you put into the system will immediately leave it, recharge the groundwater, and then not be available for the farmers. So, as I say, my point, again, reinforces the point of, I see the graph is actually showing up there. The 2 yellow bands are just marking the dates of when water levels peaked and then started to decrease. So we are looking at a period where, if you can see the arrow at the bottom, where I've got a couple of these as well that I can hand out for people to have clarity. That's the period when we'll be looking for to dewater. So you'd be dewatering, but groundwaters are naturally at the lowest point at the end of the summer. You would then actually be taking away the primary part of the groundwater recharge, as they do in the dewatering, and then you're hopeful that the groundwater would recharge at the end of the year, or at the start of the year before the spring dewatering period comes in. So, as I say, in conclusion, if we can restrict dewatering to the October to December period, hopefully the wider recharge will just recover the system as a whole in that area. If you carry on dewatering through March, you're just going to have no chance for any dewatering, and you'll effectively be at summer minimal groundwater levels throughout the entirety of the year.
Thank you very much. It might be handy to leave that graphic on the screen, please. Members, any questions of clarity for Dr. Fannin? Nope. No, I think that was very clear. Thank you very much.
Okay.
And our final public speaker is Wendy Oldfield. Is Wendy Oldfield here today? Yes. Good morning.
Good morning. So I represent the East Cambs HGV group. So just like...
Okay, that's fine. Well, as with the other speakers, you have 3 minutes to address the committee, and then there may be some questions for you at the end, so if you could sit tight.
Thank you.
Whenever you're ready, please.
Right. In 1987, an application by Tarmac was refused by County Council and Planning Inspector. In 1989, due to volumes of HGV traffic in Erith. Traffic at the time was a third of today's levels. In 1995, Huntingdon District Council's local plan stated Erith and Blundersham could not withstand the large volume of HGV traffic. The HGV Group's environmental survey showed worrying levels of all types of pollution, and the Council carried out its own noise level in 2019, confirming the levels were above the WHO guidelines. The width of Erith's High Street at 4.9 metres in places, pavement at 1 metre, is well below modern standards, causing HGVs to mount the footpath to pass each other, break wing mirrors and travel in the gutters at the risk to pedestrians. This is the preferred route for all the construction traffic. This site is not listed in the Minerals and Waste Plan, and there are enough reserves at Hanson's, Block Fen and Meeple for the next 10 to 20 years and possibly longer. The Transport and Road Research Laboratory produced many case studies of the effect of traffic-induced vibration on heritage buildings, where ground-borne vibrations are generally perceptible in situations where the road surface is uneven and buildings are situated close to the road or built on soft, peat and alluvial soils, as in the area. The Waste and Minerals Plan Amenity Considerations Policy 18 states noise and or vibration levels resulting in disturbance to the occupiers or users of any nearby property or land. Vibration and properties has not been taken into consideration. Policy 21, the historic environment. The councils recognise the desirability of sustaining and enhancing the significance of heritage assets and their settings. Erith has 21 occupied listed buildings of Grade 2 and Grade 2 star sitting on the high street in a conservation area. This policy has not been addressed at all. There is a lack of evidence to determine measurable diversity net gain. The National Planning Policy, Section 8, states promoting health and safe communities. This is not being addressed with the road so narrow. Policy 9, promoting sustainable transport. Transport issues should be considered from the earliest stages of planning. We know so much more about pollution of all types than we did in the 80s. Noise is already at illegal levels on Erith High Street, so adding even a small amount is totally immoral. The current situation needs addressing first. This application
Would you mind bringing it to
flawed.
conclusion if you could, please?
Don't finish. This application is flawed. It impacts all farmers in the area. The fragile drainage system affects us all. Homes, residents and the roads will all suffer. Just as the Council and the Secretary of State rejected the application in the 80s for the increase in HGVs, excess risk to pedestrians, noise pollution, air pollution and risk to our heritage buildings, I urge this committee to refuse this application also. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, points of clarity at all? Councillor Smith.
Can I just ask, it's not to sort of to Mrs Oldfield, it's more to the officer about the comments that have been raised about, I mean, Erith is quite narrow. Has all that been took into consideration? Just sort of for clarity, yes, I don't know if I've done that in the right way, but it's just, you know, issues that have been raised, have they been taken into account?
Yes, they have, yes.
Okay. Councillor Kindersley.
Thank you. I'm sure we're all sympathetic to the position that homeowners find themselves in, but I wonder if you could just tell me, or perhaps confirm, that the data that was supplied to us in our report at paragraph 413, which is the result of an Erith Parish Council vehicle assessment in 2018. So just to remind you, between 7 in the morning and 11 in the evening, over 10,200 vehicles went through the village,
yes,
of which 6.7% were HGVs or HCVs. Do you recognise that as correct?
I certainly do. In fact, the gentleman that does the counting of the vehicles is sat right there. And that is done through a video camera through the window of a property on the high street. And we manually count the vehicles. But the vehicles that we actually recorded pre-COVID were actually higher than that.
So you mean there was a subsequent...
Not 2019.
Right, okay. It's a shame we don't have the 2019 data, but okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, members? No? Thank you very much for your time. So those were the public speakers. We have members. We have actually received written comments from 3 local members in the area. I'm going to hand over to Dan, if that's okay. Dan, if you wouldn't mind reading out the comments from the 3 local members, please.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Dan Schumann expressed his support for the views of Haddon Parish Council, and I'll now read comments from Councillor Neil Gough. I apologise that I'm unable to attend this Planning Committee meeting in person, but I would like to make a few comments. As a member for Cottenham and Willingham Division, I would like to take the opportunity on behalf of the residents to emphasise the very important protections that are contained within the recommendations, and in particular the traffic management scheme. The B1050 runs through Willingham, past and very close to many houses and shops. Representations have been made by Willingham Parish Council pointing out that existing HCV traffic significantly denigrates the quality of life of residents. Therefore, the protection contained in the traffic management scheme preventing inbound and outbound traffic to the site, going via the B1050 and through the village, are both very welcome and very important. In addition, I particularly note and stress the importance of monitoring vehicular movements. I'd ask that officers periodically take sample records to ensure compliance. I have one specific question to confirm my understanding that the routing for any deliveries to Northstowe would also be via the A14 and not via the B1050. I'll be grateful, Chair, if you would pose that question on my behalf. Councillor Neil Gough. I'll continue with Councillor Steve Criswell. Dear committee members, I'd like to express my continued objection to this application as originally submitted, and including para 4.157 of the officer report. I also support the objection submitted by Erith and Bluntsham Parish Councils, paras 4.12 and 4.19, both of which I am proud to represent, and the HCV group, paragraph 4.113, with whom I have liaised on behalf of this authority for many years. The problems associated with HCV traffic on the A1123 are well documented. They are highlighted in the report of the HCV Diamond Working Group, which I chaired, and the ongoing work of the county-wide HCV Working Group. Indeed, the Highways and Transport Committee has been considering the problems and status of the A1123 earlier this week. The unsuitability of Erith High Street is the most outstanding level of several reasons why the A1123 is not an acceptable route for additional HCV traffic, when all efforts are currently focused on a reduction. I accept the need for irrigation and the demand for aggregate, but that should not be at any cost to local communities who will derive no benefit to compensate for the additional vibration, noise and pollution. Various elements of the agenda report conclude that due to current levels, the additionality of detriment is insignificant. Policy continues to ignore the cumulative effect that occurs every time with each so-called insignificant additional impact. Enough is enough. Please reject this application. Councillor Criswell.
Thank you very much, Dan. A quick question before we move on. Councillor Gough raised the question around Northstowe deliveries. Will they still be via the A14?
We have established from Highway colleagues that the Northstowe development does have its own construction routing agreement, and that explicitly precludes the use of the road through Erith and through Willingham, and I believe there is a sign at Erith Bridge which says no Northstowe construction traffic.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. Members, before we move to... Sorry, Councillor Kindersley.
Chairman, may I ask why it is that Willingham thinks, as according to our report, that 50% of the traffic will go through Willingham?
Good question. I'm not sure if anyone in the room can answer that, can they? Helen?
No, I'll just to see whether there's a date attributed to that response. No, I don't know, because the application was put forward right from the outset that it would travel west.
Yes, indeed. And I should say that's route 3 of 3, so the final route, as it were. Thank you very much. So, members, we're in a second going to move to the debate. I will say, I imagine a few of us will have been contacted by others making representations to us directly. I'm not planning on addressing those specifically, but if any members wish to refer to those in the debate, that's completely up to your discretion. So we are going to move to the debate now. Councillor Kindersley.
Chairman, before we move to the debate, I wonder if I could ask for clarity from officers over the position of the Environment Agency.
Certainly.
Because in the course of public speaking, it's become clearer and clearer that the Environment Agency has slightly washed its hands of this application, and indeed in the report it makes it clear that it hasn't, for example, reviewed any technical appraisal with regard to the local groundwater levels, etc. So I wonder, could we have a sort of definitive position? I mean, perhaps it's cruel to ask our officers to put the Environment Agency's words in their mouths, but perhaps they could give it a go.
Indeed. Well, we do have two members of the Environment Agency here, so I'm not sure if you'd like to...
Yeah, only from purely the planning officer's point of view, the overall representation from the Environment Agency after many iterations and much consideration is no objection. However, obviously, we've got James and Eleanor here who can deal with any technical detail.
Yeah, so the... yes, yeah, press that. Can you hear me?
I don't think it's on. There you go.
Yep, okay. So our responsibility and we're a statutory consultee for this application. We've also got another dual regulatory role around the abstraction licensing. So there are going to be additional permissions that the applicant will have to seek around when they actually abstract the water, when they discharge it, and how they use it in both construction and operational phases of the reservoir. The chief concern we were looking at throughout this application is the risk to abstraction reaches to the south. So there's the neighbouring landowners abstract water during the summer for irrigation, and we wanted assurances through the application that those licences would not be detrimentally impacted as a result of the dewatering. And part of the mitigations put forward with the applicant is that they'll only dewater outside of the spray irrigation season. They've also put forward trigger levels. So we saw where the recharge was coming with the water in the winter. Now in 2019 there wasn't much of a recharge season at all. So the trigger levels put forward would also help if you didn't see a winter recharge season, and one of the recommended conditions would be that if that was the case and they couldn't reach the trigger levels, that they reassess the HIA and cease mineral extraction until they can assess further mitigation options. And during 2019 it was a dry year. There was abstraction restrictions elsewhere in other catchments. However, in the Hadnam IDB there wasn't any, so that was sort of considered as a worst case scenario, which is why we didn't necessarily strictly recommend that no abstraction or no dewatering sort of post December to March. However, in normal years that is when you would get the groundwater recharge.
Thank you.
If that helps.
I think we have some further clarity from Ms. Fitch on this matter.
Yeah, I'd just like to give some background, and I think it will help when you move into debate. This application has been in, as Helen probably alluded to, for a little over 3 years now. And the reason for that is we've been going through in a great amount of detail, and that has involved the Internal Drainage Board, and I'm really grateful for Mr. Church to come along today, and also the Environment Agency. And I think it's fair to say that we have pushed as hard as possible to make sure that we have the monitoring information. There have now been monitoring boreholes put onto Mr. Wright's land as well. And we have actively encouraged the IDB to enter into an agreement with the landowner. As part of that, we have, as officers, been pushing very hard to understand the dewatering implications and whether we do actually have justification and something that we can factually base ourselves on to stop the dewatering in December. And what has become clear is it's a nice to have. It will depend, as James has just alluded to, as to what the climate change and the weather conditions are going to be like, as to what the recharge is, but there is no genuine reason as to why we can restrict that timescale. So what we have therefore done is move to a position as much as possible. So on that first reservoir, there won't be any dewatering outside of that period, but as you've heard from Mr. Goff, they have a tight window. They've already moved to go to a wet working system. So I think from an officer perspective, as you move into that, I think you can be satisfied that we have done our absolute most to make sure we have got the best control over this reservoir. We've made sure that it is policy compliant, we have the triggers in there and we have the conditions. But as you move into debate, if anything else arises, we're happy to take more questions. Okay.
I believe you also have a legal opinion as well.
Yeah, just to reiterate a couple of points. Just to clarify what the gentleman referenced bylaws. So what that's a reference to is the Land Drainage Act 1991, which controls the operation of internal drainage boards, allows an internal drainage board to create a bylaw within a district, and a breach of those bylaws is an offence that can be prosecuted in local magistrates' courts. It's not planning consideration. Whatever the internal drainage board's view is about that, enforcing that bylaw is entirely up to them. So moving on from that point, backing up what Emma's saying about conditions, if you're seeking to impose a condition, it has to be necessary to make the development acceptable in planning terms. And you can only say something's necessary if there's the evidence base to say so. So I think Emma's obviously touched on that point, but just something to bear in mind during your debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A few hands now. Oh, is this moving into the debate? No? Okay. Councillor Gardner, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's really a question for the officer whether Helen or Emma can assist. Under 4.29 of the report, it states that confidence in the proposal could be increased if a topographical survey of the associated surface water drainage ditches had been undertaken and an additional 13 to 15 off-site boreholes had been established. Can you tell me, has that actually been done or not, or could planning actually put that in as a condition so that we could actually see that information before making this decision?
I think that part of the report is part of my reporting of the Environment Agency's views. So if I could ask James Watson to.
The reasoning for that comment was around the abstraction reach to the south. What we wanted to understand was whether that abstraction, the surface water abstraction used for spray irrigation on the neighbouring land, is that in continuity with the groundwater? Is it connected to the groundwater beneath? At the moment, there's not enough information to demonstrate that. However, based on the safeguards put forward through the mitigation proposals in the HIA, it's not something we would specifically ask for under planning. However, it might be something under the abstraction licensing regime, which I can't second guess now when the applicant does come to apply, that we would ask for just to increase the confidence of our position.
Okay. Councillor Smith, you had a question?
Thank you. I think you've answered it, but I will just for clarification. So basically, the next stage, under your remit, the abstraction licence, that would deal a lot with the dewatering timescales. Is that correct? Have I got that wrong?
Yes, it could do. I can't prejudge what our National Permitting Service may or may not put as conditions on an abstraction licence. However, it will look at that, the period of dewatering, and it will look at the risk of other protected rights, so the surface water abstraction reaches, if they may be impacted.
Right, and clearly I'm just looking at the next stage. I'm not predetermining any decisions or whatever. But basically, under your remit, do members of the public have a chance to put into that? Do they get consulted on, or can they put their comments in?
I believe they do. I believe the application gets advertised or may get advertised if it reaches certain criteria. But yeah, there is that option to raise comments.
Thank you.
Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you, Chair. We're in clarification, aren't we still?
We are, yes. We're not in debate as of yet.
Okay. So can I just understand from Ms Fitch, as I understand it, you've said that we wouldn't have sufficient justification to condition restricting the time for dewatering. Right, thank you.
Yeah, so effectively it needs to be evidence-based, and the evidence isn't there. So yeah, you're correct. We wouldn't be able to do, but we wouldn't be able to defend that position, I believe, is probably the better way of putting it.
So what you're saying is that we do not have the evidence to justify it. Doesn't mean to say it isn't the case. We just don't have the evidence. Okay, thank you.
Before we come to Councillor Kindersley, we've had an offer from the applicant to clarify the issue around boreholes. Would members be interested to hear that? If you'd like to return to the table, please. So I think you understood the question.
Yeah,
around.
it was a question.
If you could take your mask off as well, please, that'd be helpful. Thank you.
To be safe. Yeah. In terms of the additional boreholes on Mr. Wright's land, there's 3 boreholes, 13, 14, 15. They were installed last November, and they have been monitored, and that data has been supplied to the county, and I think forwarded onto the agency as well.
Does that help clarify the borehole question, members? Yes, I think it does. Thank you very much for that. Councillor Kindersley.
2 questions of further clarification from me, please. The first is in relation to the preloaded lorries leaving site from 6 a.m. And I think it was Mr. Church who made the point that that means the drivers of said lorries have to arrive before 6, presumably to leave. I would be interested to know how our potential planning consent is affected or impacted by that, firstly. Secondly, just to go back to the wretched groundwater and dewatering and so on, I assume that because it is a function of the Environment Agency that we cannot require, for example, quarterly groundwater level contours derived from groundwater monitoring to be part of the planning consent rather than just part of the Environment Agency permit. In other words, can you have 2 bites of the same cherry?
There's 2 questions there. I think if we take the preloaded lorry question first of all, I'm not sure who'd like to answer that, Helen?
It might actually be better answered by the applicant, but if the lorries are on site and have been loaded the day before, I would envisage the drivers would be coming to site in their private vehicle, light vehicle rather than a spare empty lorry, but I obviously stand to be corrected on that by the applicant.
Okay. Please.
I understand that. I didn't envisage somebody arriving in a lorry, but what I'm asking about is what is the impact of workers arriving on site prior to 6 o'clock in the morning? And is that reflected within the conditions or our debate?
Helen?
I think the condition simply precludes the loaded lorries leaving the site before 6 a.m. So I appreciate, yes, the drivers would need to turn up a suitable time beforehand to swap vehicle. I wouldn't know what direction, obviously, where those people would be coming from.
Okay.
My concern is that effectively the site is therefore operational prior to 6 a.m.
Okay. Any comment on that, or?
I think if I come in, as I say, if we need to go back to the applicant, we can do. I think all that would happen is the drivers are there to actually pick up the vehicles. So a bit like if you're going to arrive in an office, for example, you'd be driving through and arriving. They won't actually be able to leave. They can't start the main noise operations. So I think it would be probably no different to the applicant having staff arrive from an agricultural point of view, which would have no restrictions at all.
Thank you. And there was a second question around whether we can actually condition the dewatering. Again, I'm not sure if that is within our remit or not, so some clarity on that would be useful.
Well, all I would draw attention to is that part of the most recent hydrogeological risk assessment that was submitted at the beginning of this year, that included a groundwater level monitoring strategy, which is referred to in one of the conditions, and that has been seen by the Environment Agency. Just looking, I probably can't tell in this time as to whether it requires quarterly monitoring, whether you know better than I.
Sorry, so in terms of the question was, would it be an Environment Agency condition or a council? Yes, I believe you can. So prior to January 2018, dewatering was not licensable. So the Environment Agency did not have a regulatory role in it, and we've always recommended those sort of conditions through minerals and waste planning.
Thank you. And I think there's a bit of further clarity from Ms Fitch on that.
Yeah, so if I can just come in, as Councillor Kindersley will know, we always have to be very careful not to duplicate, and in particular if we end up with a condition, the Environment Agency haven't yet determined what their conditions would be, and if we're not careful we'll end up in a situation where we've got not only duplication but we could contradict each other as well. So I think the conditions that have been put in the officer report will be as tight as I think that we can get, and we've had that justification from the Environment Agency. So I'd be a little bit nervous about duplication, and the NPPF is clear that we shouldn't try and do that.
Thank you. That's very helpful. So just for clarity, until recently this would not have been the business of the Environment Agency permit, and it would have been the business of this planning committee to impose such a condition. So that being the case, and given that we need to give what comfort we can to, for example, neighbouring landowners, I am inclined to propose that we do actually specifically include quarterly groundwater level contour monitoring. But I'm willing to be told that that's not possible again.
Can we just double check the conditions that we've got at the moment, because we refer to schemes and those schemes will have specific items in them, and that's what Helen's just trying to do. So can we just double check that first? Thank you.
Yeah, so the monitoring reporting will include groundwater level plots from April 2019 onwards in the reports as proposed in Appendix 2 of the groundwater level monitoring strategy. So if the condition is worded that the applicant will follow Appendix 2 as that strategy, then we should have that information provided to us.
I'd really appreciate it if everybody would put their microphones a bit closer. Thank you.
You finished? Good. Thank you very much.
So can I just double check that was acceptable, because it is already in there?
Okay, so this is groundwater monitoring condition 7 shall be carried out in strict accordance with the proposed groundwater level monitoring strategy, which you're now saying includes quarterly groundwater level contour monitoring. Thank you.
We do have a question from one of our previous speakers around this item, which I wouldn't normally accept, but given the fact this application is quite sensitive, I will take Dr. Fannin again, if you'd like to come forward and pose your question, please.
Thank you. It's more of a point of clarification on the monitoring and the monitoring groundwater contours. If you can bring back up the diagram of the graphic of the water levels, the key point and the key period when we really want to know where water levels are is actually through January, February and March, because April is when we start doing the irrigation season on it. So we actually would like, the best case is actually to have almost real-time monitoring of what's happening in that period to actually understand if additional implications need to be put in place, and those additional mitigation measures would have to be implemented directly on the 1st of April. Having a quarterly groundwater plot really doesn't help you, because that may be several months after the fact. Through the summer and into the autumn then, the information is nice to have, but it doesn't really allow anybody to do anything with the information.
Okay, is that question understood? Councillor Kindersley, please.
So I assume then the technology exists for real-time monitoring.
Well, I mean, by real-time monitoring, somebody can go out once a week and they'll give you the end. Well, if you look at the graph there, that's taken on weekly data measurements. So if somebody goes out once a week to do it, that's fine. The technology can just be, the information can just be circulated by an email there and then. So it's something that can be reacted to on the day that it occurs. You're not going to see a change from one day to the next, but you will see a change over a week-to-week basis.
Okay. Before we move on, does any officers wish to comment on that? No? Okay. We'll move on. Councillor Bradnam, please.
Thank you, Chair. I have two. One question for the gentleman who's just spoken to us, and one about vehicle transport. So I also sit on an IDB, and I'm very mindful that monitoring is done moment by moment, hour by hour, week by week, month by month, according to what you're monitoring and this time of year and what you're trying to accommodate, which includes both the need for farmers to abstract, but also the levels that exist, and also rainfall higher up the catchment. And I am nervous that quarterly, as you've said, I think this is what you're alluding to, that quarterly monitoring is not really sufficient for what you're trying to monitor here, because by the time you've gone through a quarter, the aquifer will already be depleted and it'll be too late. So what I'm concerned about is it your feeling that it would be wiser to monitor more frequently? And if so, how frequently? And who should be doing that? Because my feeling is it says, the Environment Agency report says that they absolutely recognise the skills of the IDB in this. And I'm feeling we ought to be conditioning it such that the IDB do this monitoring. Can you, yes, regularly, weekly even, as Councillor Kindersley said. So can I just ask if what your view is of that?
Before you respond, I think Planning Officer would like to come in.
Yeah, the condition 7 refers to a groundwater level monitoring strategy, and in that strategy it shows the 1, 2, 3, 4, I think 7 boreholes which would be monitored, and the monitoring frequency is weekly.
Okay.
So that is embedded in the scheme that's referred to in condition 7.
By whom? By whom?
Well, the applicant the operator would need to do it.
I'd quite like the IDB to do it.
I mean, in terms of planning, is it actually within our gift to request that another body conducts the survey? I don't believe it is. So I think that one's... Does your question still stand to Dr. Fannin, Councillor Bradnam?
I also had a question about transport, but...
Okay. But I think thank you very much anyway for the inputs, we appreciate it. And your second question, please. The
question about transport was, so we've heard about these pre-loaded lorries not leaving before, was it 6:30? 6 in the morning. And my concern is that that doesn't preclude, in my humble understanding, an unloaded lorry arriving. So I'm not saying the same lorry, I'm just saying that an unloaded lorry could arrive, be left on site to be filled, and the lorry driver could then pick up a preloaded lorry to drive out. But that means there will still be lorries driving through Erith prior to 6 o'clock in the morning, and I'm not sure how we distinguish that. I know Ms Vass said that normally lorry drivers might turn up in their own cars, but I would have thought it's much more likely they turn up in a vehicle that can then be filled and somebody else drive it away.
Could the officer shine some light on that for us?
Sorry, condition 20 sets out the general hours of operation, and that including the entry and exit of HGVs, and that's 7 till 7 Mondays to Fridays, 7 till 1 Saturdays. Then there is an exception that preloaded HGVs may leave the site between 6 and 7 on Mondays to Fridays.
So that would suggest that an empty lorry couldn't come in until 7.
Preloaded may leave, so the exception doesn't include anything arriving.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Gardner, I believe you had a point of clarity.
Yes, thank you. It's just a point of clarification with regard to the monitoring of the groundwater. Will that is that conditioned that the IDB receive that on a weekly basis so that they can then review it on a weekly basis, or are they only going to get it monthly? You know,
the following condition requires the reporting, but actually something that is of relevance. We have shown that, and it has been mentioned, that 2 of the boreholes are on AG Wright land, these 2, and that would obviously afford Mr Wright or his anybody from his establishment to undertake the monitoring as well as a corroboration of what the applicant might do. I think because the condition was recommended by the Environment Agency and they have looked at the monitoring strategy, we would be sending monitoring results to them, but would certainly have no problem in also sharing them with the Internal Drainage Board. Or indeed any other part. It would be, I don't see why it wouldn't be publicly available information.
Okay. Members, any further questions or clarity before we move to the debate on this? No, I don't see any. So, members, we're now moving into the debate on this item. We've had a lot of technical advice and feedback, and we've heard from the public speakers as well. So I'm opening up to the floor now for members to debate this and give us their views, if they would, please. Councillor Corney, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think several of my colleagues have already sort of started on, sort of commented on this, and I know I probably didn't make my point very clear at the very beginning. With regards to the lorries being parked and the preloaded, I think my issue there, I think probably like I say, I didn't make it very clear earlier, is that there's nothing to stop then 10 lorries being based there and all being loaded every night, and them leaving site at 6 o'clock every morning. So therefore, we get the comfort that it's an operation that's starting from 7, but in reality, it could well be 10 lorries every morning at 6 o'clock. So I think, and then I feel that's probably another application where you're running a haulage business from that facility. I'm also a little bit concerned. I had a concern about the condition of the monitoring might be about. I think that's been sort of cleared up as best it can be. It doesn't make me feel great about things at the moment, to be fair. And finally, the 1123. I think had this been declassified recently, I may have felt a little bit easier about the volume going on this, because that would have removed potentially some other traffic from that road. It didn't happen, so therefore I don't get that comfort from that. So I do have concerns about that. So at the moment I'm a little bit undecided. I'm going to be, sort of see where the debate takes us, and before I make a decision.
Thank you very much. Members, anyone further? Councillor Gardner, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Well, I agree with Councillor Corney. I am extremely concerned about the volume of traffic proposed on the A1123, especially travelling through Erith and Blantysham. Erith is, as has already been stated, the properties in Erith are hard up against the road, and lorries do mount the pavements and what have you. So I am extremely concerned about that. I would have liked to have seen more looking at other routes in and out of that particular site first to get the traffic actually to the A14, because the route going to on the A1123 is only taking you to the A1307. It doesn't take vehicles to the A14. So I think more should have been done with regard to that, and I am still concerned with regard to the groundwater monitoring and what could happen with regard to the aquifer underneath. So, I'll see how the debate goes, but they are my 2 main concerns at the moment, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bradnam, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very concerned about this, but I can see that there is a need for water storage. One of the things I'm concerned about is that condition 20, can I suggest an amendment to it, that we remove that exception allowing preloaded lorries to leave between 6 and 7, because it basically just extends the working hours, and I think that's very disruptive to the people in Erith. So that's a proposal from me. That's condition 20, forgive me. On condition 7, had we not had the advice that we've had from Emma Fitch, I would have asked that we conditioned more strongly the restriction of the dewatering period. But I understand from what she has said that we can't do that. So we have to rely then instead on the groundwater monitoring, which we've been advised by both Ms Fitch and Ms Vass, has been tied up very carefully to enable the neighbouring growers to monitor the groundwater. I would like to know whether the Internal Drainage Board is going to be involved in a greater way than just because Mr Wright is a member of the Internal Drainage Board, in that monitoring on a very regular basis. Because I think if the IDB were involved in that intimately, as it were, then they would have the knowledge and understanding of the groundwater of the whole IDB area to understand whether some action needed to be taken. And I'm just wondering whether we can involve the IDB in the monitoring exercise. Is that something I can ask for clarification on?
So can we take that clarification point, please, regarding the IDB's involvement?
I mean, I don't think there'd be a problem in inviting them if they were willing to be involved. Obviously, it would be probably in the applicant's interest to be transparent about monitoring. So it's something that we probably need to put to Mr Church.
But it's not something we can insist upon at a planning stage.
I don't think we can, insist a third party engages.
Okay.
But if they're willing to, then so much the better.
So essentially, that's a discussion between the applicant and the Internal Drainage Board that needs to happen outside of this process. Thank you.
Yeah, that's right. And it's worth saying as well that they're already entering into conversations, and I think they alluded to the legal agreement they're doing. I realise that that's about the operational stage, but I'm kind of looking to Mr Church. I can't imagine that the IDB wouldn't want to be involved, so we certainly will include them.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kindersley.
Thank you, Chairman. In the course of our training, we're always told that you can do what you like with land that you own as long as it's within the parameters of local plans and so on and so forth. And so the position that the committee has to take is that we must give planning permission unless there are compelling reasons why not to. And I am also aware that this has been such a lengthy planning process that reasons for refusal have been taken by officers and explained at length clearly to the applicant, who has adjusted the application in turn. So the really remaining outstanding issues from my perspective are the impact of the traffic movements and the issue of the dewatering to March. There is a third issue which I will come to in a minute. So I have every sympathy, as I said to the resident, with residents of the villages and of the homes that are so substantially impacted by the traffic. But we would be foolish, I'm afraid, to use that as a reason for refusal, because a planning inspector will simply say, so what you're saying is that 6.7% of traffic going through the village is HGV, and you're planning to add, out of 10,000 plus vehicles, another 90 movements. And they will say that is insignificant, although I appreciate to the homeowners it is very, very significant indeed. So I'm really sympathetic there, but I don't see that this can be ameliorated by this committee. And I think the way of dealing that with the problems of heavy commercial vehicles through villages and so on is for other bodies in other places, I'm afraid. So the second issue is that of dewatering, and it seems to me we now have a bit more clarity that the monitoring on a weekly basis between the end of December and the end of March will give sufficient notice to landowners such as Mr. Wright that the water levels are plunging precipitously, and that therefore what we need to be sure is that there is some mechanism for going to the operators and saying you need to stop now because the groundwater levels are being adversely affected. So I'm assuming that our colleagues in the Environment Agency will have a way of dealing with that. So that is a concern, I think, but is it a concern that would warrant refusal? And I think that we've now got the evidence that it probably isn't. There is discussion about a restoration plan, and I am aware that that has to be agreed before we issue consent, because, or pre-commence, it's a pre-commencement condition. And it strikes me that there is an opportunity there for quite considerable public engagement. We are supposed to be, or the landowner will be required to add considerable biodiversity gain, and here is an opportunity to engage with the wider public that who are being asked to put up with a level of increased traffic, and this seems a decent quid pro quo, if you like, to engage with the restoration plan. So I would like to suggest that there is some kind of liaison group set up between the parishes and the operators so that they can discuss how they would like it to look at the end and what were the benefits that need to be focused on, and so on and so forth. I agree with Councillor Bradnam that I would ideally like to see the 6 to 7 a.m. slot deleted. I don't know what colleagues feel about that, but if she's proposing it, I will second it, and I can see Ms. Fitch already getting ready to go into battle on that. I think ultimately I would say that, of course, this is for 5 years, and so it's not in perpetuity, and I don't know if that gives any comfort to homeowners, but I hope it does a bit. So that all being said, I can't see any reason to refuse this, and notwithstanding the comments I've made about the various changes, I guess I'm proposing we accept the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor. And as indicated, I think Ms. Fitch wants to dive in at that point, please.
Yeah, I'll apologise if I look like I'm going to go into battle. That wasn't the intention. I suppose just two things for you to consider before you make that amendment is that something that Mr. Connolly said earlier on about the peak flows and the times. So if, for example, there were lorries that came out at 6 o'clock and they're limited on the amount of movements they can have per day, they would effectively be doing that before we get to the peak hours, and it would reduce the amount of lorries elsewhere. I've lost my thread, sorry. Hang on. So if we are going to remove it, and it's not a problem to remove it, what you're going to end up with is more lorries. So we did the calculation, and Helen very kindly passed the calculation over of how many lorries that would be per hour. If you restrict the operator into fewer amount of hours, you're then going to end up potentially with more covering those times. So it's not a don't do it. It's not a I'm going into battle about it. It's just be mindful of what that would then mean if you do remove it.
Councillor Kindersley, let's come back.
Chairman, in which case I think I am going to second Councillor Bradnam's proposal to remove it. I think it's the very least we can do. If I lived in a house on Erith High Street and there is a fully loaded lorry going past at 6:05 in the morning, I am going to be really very grumpy indeed about that. If it's stuck in slightly slower traffic at 7:05, I'm still going to be grumpy, but less so. I think 6 to 7 is you know, most people are in bed, let's be honest, and heavily laden lorries going past is not helpful.
Okay, thank you. So, Councillor Bradham, I'm going to go to your proposal. If you could just clarify for everyone what exactly it is you're proposing, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to propose at condition 20 on page 70 of our agenda that it proceeds to no development, including the entry and exit of HGVs, shall take place within the site outside the hours of 0700 to 1900 on Mondays to Fridays, except bank holiday or public holidays, and 0700 to 1300 on Saturdays. Next bit deleted. No development authorised by this permission shall take place on Sundays or on bank or public holidays, etc.
Thank you. So we're essentially deleting the third paragraph in condition 20.
Correct.
And Councillor Kindersley, you're seconding that proposal? Members, would anyone like to debate this proposal, please?
Can I just ask, before we actually go to the vote, Mr Lyle, sorry if I've got your name wrong, are the IDB willing to sort of, you went and chatted to them, I just wondered if that was relevant to the debate, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, I was just clarifying with the IDB what ultimately, obviously, they have to take their own legal advice, but there are powers within their own regulatory regime to control how they interact with the developer, but this is not a planning consideration. I was merely saying to them, yeah, okay.
I think we're on the traffic item actually at the moment. Members, do we need any debate on this proposal to remove that paragraph from item 20, condition 20? Is everyone content to accept that then?
Agreed.
Agreed. Does anyone not agree with that? No? Okay, then I think that we can consider that as amended. So now condition 20 has removed the third paragraph down, except that preloaded HGVs may leave the site between 6 a.m. and 7 a.m. on Mondays to Fridays, except bank or public holidays. Okay, with that being done, we will continue with the debate, members. Does anyone else wish to make any comments? I don't see so. So am I gathering from that that members are ready to make a decision on this? I believe so. I'm not seeing anyone speaking against that. So, members, I haven't heard any proposals to refuse this application, so I will take it that the recommendation is set out in the report is to approve. So, unless anyone wishes to speak against that now, I'd like to ask if someone would like to propose that, please.
Chairman, I did.
Thank you very much. And would someone care to second that proposal? This is for the decision on the item. So we're now deciding whether to approve or refuse this agenda item. Councillor Bradham, you seconding?
What I will say is I'm not very comfortable about it, but as Councillor Kindersley says, we have very few grounds for refusal, and due to the hard work that all of the officers and the IDB and the various stakeholders have put into this, I think we have to trust that the monitoring that has been proposed will be sufficient to control the ground level water. I would also, I don't know whether we got an answer to the question, I'm sorry to ask a further question, but I don't know whether we got an answer to the question, who will enforce the stopping of activities on site if the water levels transpire to be low. Councillor Kindersley said he hoped the Environment Agency would have those powers, but we didn't hear clarification that the Environment Agency would stop these activities if the groundwater levels did fall too low.
Could we very quickly have some clarity on that, please?
So at the moment there's no permission to at the moment there's no permission to abstract and to undertake the activity of dewatering. That'll have to go through the application process with the Environment Agency. It may be that there might be some hands-off level conditions on that application. Again, I cannot second guess what that would happen. However, if it is outside of the dewatering taking place, when that activity is not occurring, we can only regulate that activity of dewatering. So if it's stopped, we can't, immediately get them to recover the groundwater levels. It's...
Chairman, if I may. what you've described is something that you said earlier on, which is that the applicant needs to apply for a licence to do, a permit to do this. What I was asking you is, do you have the powers to stop them undertaking any particular activity if they breach your permit conditions?
So we could take enforcement action against that activity at that time, yes.
So I think the answer is yes, the Environment Agency can enforce. Okay, thank you. With that point of clarity, members, we have a proposal to accept the recommendation in the report with the amended condition 20. Members, I'm going to take this by a show of hands, please. So members, all those in favour of this? That's 4 in favour, and all those against? 3 against, and abstentions, 1 abstention. So therefore, that is approved. Thank you very much. Members, we've been at this for 2 hours 20 minutes now. It is 20 past 12. Would members like to take a lunch break now or a short recess? Okay, we'll have a lunch break now then, members. I'm going to, before we move on to the second substantive item, I think if we have a 40-minute break, so we're back in sitting down ready to restart at 1 o'clock, and then we'll move on to the final item on the agenda. Thank you very much. Starting now. And we'll be going straight into item number 6, the application for a South-West Travel Hub, which begins on page 85 of our agenda packs. I'm going to immediately invite the officer, Dallas Owen, if she could introduce the report, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. The proposal before you is a Regulation 3 application at a land to the north-northwest of Hawkston Road, A10, to the northwest and north of Junction 11 of the M11 and to the west of Cambridge Road, A10, within the parish of Hawkston, partly within the parish of South Trumpington. The proposal is to include car parking, cycle, coach and horse parking, travel hub building, photovoltaic panels, substation lighting, significant infrastructure improvements to include road widening of the A10 along Cambridge Road, Hawkston Road and M11 Junction 11 northbound slip road, and a new dedicated busway to include strengthening of existing agricultural bridge, provision for a new shared use path including new bridge across the M11 with associated drainage, landscaping, which includes reconfiguration of bunds, biodiversity enhancement areas and infrastructure. Your agenda pack is comprised of the committee report and agenda plans 1 to 4 inclusive. Agenda plan 1, which is county land ownership plan, which will be in the PowerPoint. Agenda plan 2, constraints and opportunities, which is in the PowerPoint. Agenda plan 3, landscape master plan, which is in the PowerPoint. And agenda plan 4, which is agricultural land classification, also in the PowerPoint. Whilst there are no statutory objections to the proposal, the application has been brought before you as it is a departure to the development plan. There are objections from Hawkston and Harston Parish Councils, Trumpington Residents Associations, CPRE, Cambridge Past, Present and Future, Wildlife Trust, Smart Cambridge Transport and 6 individual representations. There is support from 12 individual representations, Bridleway groups and British Horse Society. The consultee comments can be found in section 6 of the report and representations in section 7 of the report. This slide shows a wider area, includes the M11 towards Huntingdon, existing Trumpington Park and Ride and Trumpington Meadows, the rivers Cam, the River Granta, Trumpington Meadows Country Park, the site with the yellow star, Hawkston down here, Cambridge Road, the A10 here, and Hawkston Road, the A1309. This slide shows the site edged in red and land in blue, which is also land within County Council ownership. The proposed development is detailed in section 3 of the report. This is one of the plans submitted with the application and it's Highways General Arrangement Plan, and I'll just take you through. So the purple is the shared user path, which takes you over the new bridge, proposed bridge, and along there. And the new bridge is suitable for all non-motorised users. This will be shown later in slide 6 of the PowerPoint. The existing agricultural bridge, also known as a transport bridge, is here. And the route and carriageway within the travel hub site goes round. And the new transport route takes you down and towards the existing Trumpington Park and Ride site. Drainage swale is here. Covered waiting areas dotted around the site here, and there's some over here. Storage ponds are in green. The proposal is for 2,150 car parking spaces formed in 3 blocks, of which this block here is covered in solar panels and includes 108 EV charging bays, 108 disabled spaces. There are 150 spaces for velo lockers, 160 spaces for Sheffield stands. Coach parking bays are here. There are 6 designated spaces with electric charging points and 3 there and a further 3 there around the loop road.
The building, the travel hub building, is located here in a single story. I'll come to this later in the slides. Equestrian parking area, and there's lighting along the shared user path and within the travel hub itself. The proposal also includes alterations and widening of existing highway network along Hawkston Road, A13 and 9, into the existing Trumpeton Park and Ride. And this is explained in more details at paragraphs 9.93 to 9.95 of the report. So this is just a detailed 3D proposal of the non-motorised share user bridge. This is the existing bridge, and this is a proposed bridge which has higher guards because of for all users, including equestrian. The overall width of the bridge is 5.7 metres with 5 metre wide clear width between the handrails. The side railings are 4 metres high with 1.8 metre high solid infill along the sides, and it's 45 metres in length with rubber tile bonded surface. This is the proposed travel hub building of 13.9 metres in length by 8.06 metres in depth and a height of 4 metre high. Facilities include ladies' and men's toilets, both with disabled facilities, a baby changing room, office with kitchenette, storeroom, and a 40-seated waiting room area with vending machine. This is a section of lighting columns that would be found within the travel hub. They're 6 metres high in the parking area. And this is a section of the solar canopy that is over a third of the parking area. And that would cover 3.5 metres high, lowering to 2.5 metres high. This is a section of the covered shelters waiting for people that wanting to get the buses. These are 3 metres high, and this is a section of that shows a 5 metre part of the wide of the shared user path in relation to the transport route there. This plan shows landscaping proposals, which is to provide biodiversity net gain discussed at paras 9.57 to 9.68 of the report. This area shows existing retained hedgerow. There'll be tree planting dotted around the site. Native species and woodland, incorporating existing boundary planting, species-rich grassland, general purpose grassland. There's damp grassland in here, and reed planting, marginal planting areas. The blue shows a 1.2 metre high fence, stock-proof fencing around a species-rich grassland that's proposed to be planted, and post and rail fencing, the orange. Within the travel hub is 1.3 metre high, and along the highway boundary here of 1.4 metres high. An anti-dazzle fencing of 1.8 metres high. This plan shows the swale bridges proposed, which is on the most sort of south westerly section of the proposed car parking. This shows constraints and opportunities map. So where I'm pointing with the cursor there, that's one of the listed milestones, and the other one's over here. See the site outline in red. The light green shows the green belt, and the dark green is the Trumpeton Country Park. River Cam, River Granta, and the constraints are discussed further in paragraphs 2.3 of the report. This is an agricultural land classification, so you'll see the majority of the site is grade 2 with a small section as grade 3, and the land classification is discussed at paras 9.68 to 9.71 of the report. Here you'll see an aerial photo towards Trumpington over here in the new development with the site here, and then that's the route of the new transport route towards the existing park and ride. This is a slightly different angle. Again, the site there, the bridge there, so the new bridge would go the other side, and the new route of the transport route towards Trumpington Park and Ride. So this is a view from the existing agricultural bridge, also known as a transport bridge in the report. So this would be the route. There's a gap in the bund there, so the new transport route would swing round and go down that side of the bund, on the M11 side of the bund. Same photo taken from the transport bridge, but shows the site, the main travel hub site over here. And this is from Trumpington Meadows Country Park, the northern side, and where that sign is on the M11, that's where the sort of approximate location that the new shared user bridge would, the landing point would come in. And this point here is the River Cam, and that's the approximate location for the outfall. In conclusion, taking into account COVID-19 in relation to travel patterns at paragraphs 9.72 to 9.89 of the report, the justification of need balanced with in the green belt considered paras 9.61 to 9.31 to 9.61 and all other material considerations in section 9 of the report in the planning balance, and on the basis that there are no statutory objections to the proposal, that the applicant has provided additional information and made improvements to the design of the proposal to take account of concerns raised during the consultation process, it is recommended by your officers to determine the application in accordance with section 11 of the report. Thank you.
Dallas, thank you very much. Members, I'll open it up to questions of clarity in a second, but just to let members know we are also joined by some technical officers to help us. We're joined by Hannah Seymour Shrove, who's a transport planner and will be able to answer any technical highways questions. And we're also joined by Deborah Ahmad, who is an ecology officer, to help us with any ecology-related questions that we may have. And also we have Nicola Brown, who's a landscaping consultant for the Greater Cambridge Shared Planning Service. So, members, any questions of clarity for Dallas? Councillor Bradnam.
I just wanted to clarify the nature and types of cycle parking. I know you've said there are 326 cycle parking spaces to be provided initially. I just wanted to, I can see there are 150 chargeable lockers, but could you just describe where they'll be on the site and where cargo bikes might park, and also if any of that parking is on double rack stands, two-tier stands? That's one question. Another question is, can I just ask what led to only, this is a technical query, did you actually consider putting, or was it considered putting solar panels on all of the car parking spaces, and was there some reason why that was not done at the outset? Thank you.
Pardon. So the velo lockers are located along here. And where are the other ones? The other cycle ones, the stands, Sheffield stands around there. With regards to the solar panels, I'm only aware that it was considered for the part of the site, but you might want to ask the applicant when they come up as to the reason why they've not considered all of it.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, I think there was another point that you raised.
That was where the cycle parking is. I suspect you haven't got any more detailed diagram than that, have you, at the moment?
I haven't included it in the PowerPoint, but there should be some details that were available to view on public access.
Sorry, you're right. The third question was, is any of that cycle parking double rack, double height?
Double racked.
Emma, did you want to jump in here?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I'll come in on the solar panel one, and I'm going to ask Hannah if she can come and sit over here, because she's been assessing everything from a cycle perspective, and I think she'll be better to actually cover that point off. So I'm sure the applicant will no doubt want to answer the question about the solar panels, but from our perspective, it takes account of pre-application advice and the discussions. And one of the things is about the green belt and the openness on the green belt and limiting the impact. So when you're looking at the glint and the glare, what we've effectively said is that you need to try and minimise that. And it's the same when you're also looking at any building and structures that are going on that site as well. So what the applicant has done is put the infrastructure in to allow future development and to go across that site a lot wider, but from a point of view of trying to minimise as far as possible the impact on the green belt, they've only gone for that kind of, if you like, if you point it out for me, Dallas, yeah, that area there, because of where it is and how it sits and aligns with the M11 as well. So I'll now hand over to Transport colleagues.
We're asking for some transport input, if that's possible.
Sorry, what was the transport question again?
So the question was about cycle racks. So it was, where are they? And are any of the cycle racks double height, two-tier? And is there parking for cargo bikes, that sort of thing? I just wanted to know how that was distributed. Thank you.
I think probably the condition that's been put on is a request for details at a later date. Am I correct? Sorry.
You speak into the mic, please.
There's a condition been put on requesting details of cycle parking at a later date. So the finer details will be thrashed out when it comes to discharge of condition. No.
Does that answer your question, Councillor? I suppose probably not. But
It's obviously fine detail to be discussed later.
Indeed. Okay, thank you. Councillor Kindersley.
I have a question about contaminated land.
Which officer would like to? If you'd like to pose your question, Councillor, and then we'll select an officer to respond.
The report says that there isn't an issue with contaminated land, which I found quite surprising because this site is almost immediately adjacent to one of the two contaminated land sites in South Cambridgeshire, which is at Hawkston. Now, a considerable amount of remediation has taken place on the part of the old Agrivo site that has been developed for residential use, but I'm not aware of any remediation having taken place anywhere else. And given the flow of groundwater, presumably from the former Agrivo site to the river, and given the collapse of the bentonite wall, it is not unreasonable to assume that there is a certain amount of ground contamination on this site. Now, the officer says that the proposals would entail significant movement of material to facilitate the required earthworks, which is what releases the contaminant. So there you go. That's my question. Is this indeed the case, or have we done research that shows that there isn't an issue?
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll come into that. Fully aware of the history of the site. and how many years it goes back when it was a Fyson site. So fully aware of the area and implications and how it feeds into the River Cam as well. What we've done is we've gone to the environmental health officers, and we have actually had it assessed on the Cambridge side of the site as well as on the South Cambridgeshire side. From the information that they have provided, they do not anticipate there to be any contamination. I'm sure the applicant, when they come forward, their agent may well want to cover the what they've done by way of reports. And I believe that there is a condition that's been put on there should any arise that is not anticipated, then we have the control over that as well. So hopefully that will give you that satisfaction.
Thank you very much. Members, any further questions of clarity? Councillor Gardner, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's really just, I think Ms Fitch may well have answered the question, but I just wanted it confirmed, really. With regard to future-proofing the site, I think you said that all the infrastructure with regard to putting in further charging points was going to be done. Have I got that right?
Yes, I'll look to Dallas to see if, I'm sure that is in the report, but I'm sure they've done the underground infrastructure to allow that. So she's nodding, so perhaps get you the reference for that. But yes, it is in there, but that will be underground. So as I say, they're kind of trying to minimise the above ground and the impact on the openness of the green belt. But they're fully aware that you don't want to try retrofitting that in the future. So they are looking to put that in so that it can be connected up.
Thank you. Members, any further questions of clarity? No, if not, then we'll move on to our public speakers. First up, we have David Fletcher, please, who is the agent for the applicant. If you'd like to come forward, Mr. Fletcher. And colleague, I see.
Yeah, and colleague Julian. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Before you start, just to let you know, you've got 5 minutes to address the committee, and then I'm sure there'll be some questions of clarity at the end, so if you don't mind remaining in your seats for a few minutes more. Thank you. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. The application before you today is a key strategic transport project being promoted by the Greater Cambridge Partnership, which is identified within the adopted local transport plan. At the heart of the proposals, the development seeks to promote a modal shift away from the motor car and provide more sustainable routes of travel into Cambridge and to Cambridge Biomedical Campus for all users. The application is strongly supported by the Biomedical Campus. To expand on this, the aims of this project are, firstly, to reduce traffic levels and congestion, particularly by intercepting traffic from the M11 and the A10. In particular, our traffic modelling has identified that this project will reduce traffic north-east of the M11 Junction 11 along Hawkston Road through Trumpington by encouraging trips headed for the city centre and the Biomedical Campus to transfer to another mode and enter the travel hub site prior to entering the city. It will reduce traffic flow and delay at the M11 Junction 11, particularly within the morning peak, including the reduction of flows associated with non-motorway traffic that pass across the junction. Secondly, the proposals will maximise potential journeys to be undertaken by sustainable modes of transport. The key benefits here relate to the ability to deliver a significantly improved public transport provision and also the provision of a 5-metre wide non-motorised user path which links to the Melbourne Greenway project. Trumpington Park and Ride has historically been the busiest park and ride around Cambridge City, and prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, it was full to capacity. A large proportion of the demand for this scheme, approximately 70%, is the significant planned growth of the Biomedical Campus, which had 17,250 employees in 2019, but is anticipated to grow by 50% by 2031. The number of patients and visitors are also anticipated to grow significantly from approximately 800,000 in 2017 to some 1.4 million by 2031. The vast majority of this anticipated growth already benefits from outline planning consent, with further growth already allocated as part of the adopted Cambridge City Local Plan. Further substantial growth in and around the Greater Cambridge area is very likely to come forward as part of the emerging Greater Cambridge local plan. The travel hub is designed as part of a whole host of measures in this area of Cambridge to release this demand. We have also assessed early statistics from the COVID-19 pandemic, which was submitted as part of our application. It is not known how people will travel post-COVID, and a predict and provide approach should not be adopted here. However, we are clearly within a period of significant change to the way we work and travel. Cambridge can shape the way its employees, visitors and residents travel by constructing schemes which allow them to travel sustainably. The South West Travel Hub is especially well suited to this, as it links not only to frequent public transport services, but also provides a safe and significantly improved route for cyclists and pedestrians to enter the city and the biomedical campus. To expand further on the benefits of the shared use path, currently cyclists and pedestrians have two options for cycling to the city. The more direct route going via the M11 junction gyratory. The second route is an unlit path. The proposed shared use path is not only significantly wider than the existing route, but it also provides a lit route that is a significant benefit to all users. In this regard, members will note that CAM Cycle fully support the shared use path in paragraph 7.15 of the committee report. The proposals also provide substantial landscape planting, electric vehicle charging spaces, solar PV panels, as we've heard, and will deliver biodiversity net gain, all of which are benefits of the scheme. The proposals, again, as we've heard, have no objection from statutory consultees, and members will also note in paragraph 7.25 that of the 18 representatives, which is a relatively small number for a scheme of this size, more are supporting the scheme than objecting to it. We have got members of the project team available to answer any questions members may have, particularly on any transport, environmental or engineering matters. I can also potentially help with some of the questions that were posed to officers earlier. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very well timed. I'll throw it back over to members if there's any questions of clarity for the agents of the applicants here. Councillor Kindersley, I don't know if you wanted to pose your contaminated land question to the applicants.
Oh, well, I think you probably heard it, so if he wants to address that in the due fullness of time, that'd be great.
Indeed. Do you need the question repeating, or are you clear on what that is?
I think I'm okay, and I'm aware of the site that is in relatively close proximity to our site. I think all I can say is we did a full ground investigation of the site, so that's a full intrusive investigation. That didn't identify any contamination, but I think as Ms Fitch has said, obviously we've got the sort of suitably worded planning conditions, so in the event that we do identify contamination during construction, we're duty bound to report that to the County Planning Authority and onward consultation with environmental health officers.
Okay. Members, any further questions of clarity? Councillor Bradnam, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to clarify, is it anticipated that this will mainly abstract vehicles from the M11 or vehicles from the A10? And if it's both of those, then do you have a proportion of the journeys that it is anticipated that this will intercept and convert to a more sustainable mode of transport? So it's a bit of a difficult one, but...
No, that's fine. I think if it's okay, I'll pass over to Julian. And sorry, apologies, just one point of clarification for earlier, so apologies for that, but just to confirm, there's no double-stacked cycle parking on the site, and that, again, was done predominantly for Greenbelt reasons.
Thank you very much. That's helpful. Thank you.
Julian House, Mott MacDonald. The answer to that question, it will impact on, obviously, the M11 and the A10. The traffic will divert. The proportions do exist within traffic models. I don't have the numbers to hand. But what we can say is, obviously, if it's an M11, it's taking the traffic south onto the A10. And if it's on the A10, they're not going through junction 11, so it's helping free up junction 11 because they're leaving the A10 earlier. They're not going to Trumpington anymore.
Sorry to just further expand on that, and say I may be incorrect on this, but I recall as part of the work we did prior to the submission of the application, which I think, to be fair to Julian, he wasn't involved at that stage. I think it was predominantly M11 in terms of where the demand is, I think the split was somewhere around 70 to 30 in terms of demand, but I think, as Julian said, I haven't got the exact figures to hand, but that's what I recall from our transport assessment prior to the submission of the application.
Councillor Kindersley, please.
Thanks. I wonder if we could talk a little bit about modal shift. Your answer that you've just given now seems to imply that most of the traffic that would use this would be coming up the M11. What we are in fact saying is that the modal shift is from probably longer distance drivers who are parking there at the park and ride and then heading off. And although you made a point about the biomedical campus, you then did go on to say that the Hawkston Road levels of traffic would reduce because people would be going to the city centre as well. So there seems to be a bit of a contradiction about, what exactly this is for. So more specifically in terms of modal shift, I am aware that the A603 to Madingley Park and Ride and the A10 to Trumpington Park and Ride at peak hours tend to be stationary. And I don't understand where the modal shift for those drivers is expected to happen, other than they're still going to be stuck on the A10 or the A603 waiting to get into potentially this park and ride. So I wonder if you could just see if you can see your way to explaining in simple terms, what exactly this park and ride is for.
So what we know then is that the park and ride will abstract some demand from other park and rides. So Madingley, small numbers. Clearly Trumpington is the main park and ride where the demand will come from. In a future scenario, that will obviously be very, very want to be over capacity, so that demand will go to South West Travel Hub. On top of that, there will be then modal shift away from existing car drivers who will move over to this mode because they've got a new choice, especially to get to the biomedical campus.
So I suppose my question is, which car drivers? Because all of those car drivers coming from South Cambridgeshire villages and places there further afield, given that in 2011, I think it was, half the employees within Cambridge City passed through South Cambridge to get there. People in the villages I represent, for example, will still have to drive. So that's why I'm asking you to bottom out the modal shift, because at the moment it appears to be just people coming up the M11 who may or may not be going to the biomedical campus.
Well, and A10, I mean, it's said 70-30 sort of split. The traffic models, analysis, we can identify where people are coming from, and which sites they're going to. You don't have the detail in front of us. But we know that people are leaving cars not using their car anymore to travel. They're going to use the new services, which have been facilitated by the Travel Hub.
Okay, Councillor Bradnam, then Gardner.
Thank you. I'm going to pursue this point of modal shift as well. My concern is that it's not clear to me whether there's been any survey of the current users of the biomedical campus employees to establish whether any of them would switch to more sustainable public transport at this point if it were available to them. And I just wondered whether I've missed it in the paperwork, whether actually any survey's been done. For example, if they're coming, as Councillor Kindersley says, from the neighbouring villages, would they drive this far and then get on a bus to go into town or into the biomedical campus? One of the other things, because this application, and I mentioned in my declaration that this application came to the Joint Development Control Committee earlier, and one of the things that you've said in your explanation was that you wanted to switch people out of, one of the reasons was to get people out of unsustainable public transport that doesn't work in Cambridge. In other words, it was actually to take people off coaches and put them onto more sustainable public transport to go into town. And I just wondered, have you had any indication from day trip providers that they would actually do this, and whether it would be feasible to actually park them here and then take them into Cambridge in a more sustainable, smaller mode of transport, so we didn't end up with coaches parked all along the backs, for example. I just wondered, has any consultation been done as to whether people would use this in that way?
Probably there are 2 points there. I think the first one is about people of the biomedical campus using the site. So the way the demand has been determined is using the Cambridgeshire sub-regional model, which is a county council transport model, and that is built up using survey data of transport demand over a number of years, understanding where people are coming from and where they're going to and their propensity to travel. When we put a new scheme in, we're looking at the cost of travel, which is a mixture of fare, distance and time, and the models are showing that people will make the changes from the existing mode, say car, to the bus service via the travel hub. Clearly that is not going to take everybody. It's going to take a proportion of people from the biomedical campus and other destinations.
Did you want to come in?
Yeah, if I could just come in, to be honest, I may be going back a point, but just around the point about modal shift, and I think obviously some valid comments from Councillor Kindersley, but what I would say is obviously a big part of our proposals is the 5 metre wide, non-motorised shared path, and we did extremely detailed surveys prior to the submission of the application, both in terms of existing use of that path and proposed use should permission be granted. And what our survey has identified, that if permission is granted, trips into the city could be as high as 500 a day using that shared use path. And a lot of people currently said they either don't feel safe using the M11 junction, or they don't feel safe, particularly at certain times of year, at using a non-lit path which is not as wide as the path we're proposing. So in terms of villages around South Cambridgeshire, actually that is a significant benefit. I take the point that the travel hub site in itself, okay, there are a lot of trips coming from the M11, so there are less benefits to the villages, but this is one of a number of different transport schemes that are being proposed. I think there's other schemes that may be of more benefit in terms of specifically that point around traffic through villages. I mean, and the last thing I would just say, which is again not helping traffic through villages, but again what we're going to seek to do at the next stage, which is more traffic regulation order, is look at actually that approach to the M11, which, having to be fair, driven by car along that on a regular basis, is the traffic lights being timed, so you go straight through basically. So that current problem that we've got with, I think, people stacking on that queuing up to junction 11, you've got the ability to go straight on a slip road into our site, so you don't have to queue. You've got the ability to go a slip road straight out of the site if you're turning left, and the traffic lights will be timed so traffic will move more quickly, and we're also widening the lanes in that location to increase capacity. So all of that is going to help in terms of capacity around the junction.
Thank you. Councillor Gardner, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. With regard to the usage of the travel hub, if we're going to get a lot more people using that particular hub, have we looked at what consequences of that might be with regard to travel routes for various users, i.e. could we see in the future more vehicles travelling through the adjoining villages to get to the travel hub rather than going down the M11 or the A10 because they feel that that is the easier route to go, in which case those villages could then find themselves becoming part of a rat run, and that was my main concern. So I just wanted to ask whether you'd looked at this stage, possible rerouting of cars because people think, well, that's an easier route to go than the other one.
I'll pick that up. Yes, so the transport models we've used will take account of that. They will look at the routes and assign the traffic onto routes based on the time and cost of that route. So any rerouting would have been picked up and identified. From understanding, the rerouting is minimal. It's very focused on around the M11 A10 corridor and north.
Thank you. Councillor Kindersley, please.
Thank you. I'd like to go back to these 500 non-motorised users. So am I to assume that currently they don't use any park and ride?
Sorry, so the 500 non-motorised users obviously using the shared use path, which is the new cycle path, and then over the cycle bridge. So I'm more referring to the amount that would use that route rather than the existing route. Is you've either got the option of going around the M11 gyratory, or they would cut north. We've not looked at the sort of exact figures around who's currently driving to a sort of part, driving and would cycle instead. I certainly haven't got that to hand anyway.
Okay, so these extra 500 journeys apparently aren't existing at the moment, or are they existing at the moment? It's just that they're parking at Trumpington Park and Ride, or excluding horse riders, by the way. They're parking at Trumpington Park and Ride or Madley Road Park and Ride and then cycling or whatever from there. But what I'm trying to get at, this application is very finely balanced in green belt terms. So I, amongst I'm sure my colleagues, want to be absolutely certain that we are making the right decision in regards to impact on the green belt. And to do that, we need to be very clear about what this park and ride is for. And at the moment, I am uncertain what it is for. Are we trying to create new, safe ways into Cambridge for non-motorised users, leaving their cars and horse boxes and all the rest of it at this new park and ride? Or are we trying to split the pressure on Trumpington Park and Ride to a new park and ride? I just don't have any clarity about this at the moment. And, as I say, this is extremely finely balanced. And that is why I'm pressing this point. Or are we, in fact, creating 500 new journeys that at the moment don't exist? And I would end by saying that I need real clarity on this, and I need real clarity in the light of the impact of COVID, because commuters and horse riders and cyclists and all the rest of it are all very different creatures doing very different journeys at very different times. And that is why I'm asking this detail.
No, that's absolutely fine. I'll do my best. So sorry, so just to be absolutely clear, so the 500 journeys, I'm talking about cycle journeys. So cycle journeys from the villages within South Cambridge, predominantly along that A10 corridor, and then onwards into either the city, biomedical campus. So that was predominantly what I was referring to. In terms of existing numbers, I think it's around 100 to 150, but that is, I'm told, quite dependent on time of the year. So, I mean, obviously, cycle habits change during the time of the year because we, for obvious reasons. But we believe by having a wider route that is safe and lit, it will result in a significant increase, and that's been based on extremely detailed survey data that we did prior to the submission of our planning application. Hopefully that clarifies.
Please, Councillor.
That absolutely does clarify, because what that says to me is that most of those journeys are cyclists or riders or whatever who very much appreciate the prospect of the new non-motorised user bridge, but that does not actually mean that they need a park and ride as well. That's the point you made, is that most of those people are coming from villages along the A10 on their bicycles already. They don't need a car park.
Yeah, and I think I'd say it's probably getting back to the two parts of the application, which is the 5 metre wide non-motorised user path, which significant benefit in terms of the villages, and then there's the car park travel hub itself, which is about intercepting car journeys either into Cambridge City or into the biomedical campus.
Okay, Councillor?
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Bradnam, please.
Oh, sorry, I thought you'd...
You're on.
I thought you'd given me the nod. Okay, so I'd like to... I'm also concerned about what the conversion rate is, because I suspect a lot of people drive to a park and ride currently, the Trumpington Park and Ride, take out their bike and cycle from there. And so I'm wondering how that counting has worked. But anyway, I'm not going to pursue that point anymore. I'm also aware that when this was considered at JDCC, we pointed out that a lot of the private hire and hackney carriage drivers who now must increasingly use only electric vehicles in the city to comply with our climate change requirements. And they expressed to me concerns about their ability to charge their vehicles. Now, one of the things that we talked about at the time this was considered before was there should be not just 108 slow EV charging points, but we said there should be fast, forgive me, I may not have precisely the right terminology. There's fast and there's rapid, isn't there? Rapid is faster than fast. So there need to be charging points so that, for example, taxi and hackney drivers and private hire vehicles could go out of the city, park up for an hour or two, charge their vehicle, and then go back into town, meanwhile having perhaps lunch and a rest if they've been working for a long time. So one of the things I was concerned about is that there are only 108 slow EV charging points for which you require 7 hours on the charger to get a decent charge in your car. So I would like to see, I'm concerned that there are only these slow charging points, and we ought to at least consider having some fast ones. And the other point was, we're told that the solar canopies are only on a third, and I know Emma Fitch has explained why from the landscape point of view that's been chosen, but it's really, it's kind of my kind of maths that the solar ports are only on a third of the car parking spaces, and they only provide 1/3 of the required energy, anticipated required energy for the site. So I'm just wondering whether, and I know the ducting is going to be put in for the other 2/3 to be hitched up, but I'm just wondering if you could just go through those two things for me. So the EV charging points fast and the solar canopies and the energy generation, please.
Yeah, that's fine. I've got colleagues who might be better at answering this than me, but I'll give it a go and I can bring them in if needs be. So my understanding is that all of the EV charging bays, I think, are what we call flexible, so they can be fast charging or slow charging depending on the demand of the user. If someone's there, say a taxi driver for a short period of time, they can use the fast charging facility. If there's someone who's going to be there all day and there's going to be there for 10 hours, then they can use the slow charging. So I think all of the bays have got that flexibility in them to suit each and every individual user. In terms of the PV panels, I think sort of in line with what the sort of planning officer said earlier, we did have pre-application discussions around whether we provided PV panels on the full extent of the site or whether we limited it to a proportion of the site. I think at the time it was felt that by limiting it to the area of the site where we have limited it, which is, the ground falls slightly towards the M11, it's also near to the M11, which is a visually detracting piece of infrastructure in the green belt, that on balance that was seen to be the most appropriate sort of solution in terms of maximising the use of PV panels, but also not resulting in further impact on the green belt. But obviously there's the ducting in place, so we can we have got the ability to come back and put further PV panels on in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further questions? Councillor Ray?
Can I ask a bit about the levels of land on the site? I notice at various points you talk about it raising by 30 centimetres, and then at other points taking advantage of the depressed site. Can you give some idea as to whether the car parking area on what is now quite an undulating field is going to be level? And what implications that has for the visibility and the of the finished area?
So with permission, I might bring up a colleague just to assist with this question. But so as I've sort of just described, then the car park, which is the nearest to the M11, which is on the east side, that effectively is the lowest part of the site. There will be a slight increase in levels, one, how the land lies, but also just in terms of making the drainage strategy work. So there will be a very gradual increase in levels across the site as you head towards the sort of west, southwest. But if you wanted further detail on that, I know my colleague Andrew could provide further clarification.
Would you like further detail?
Yeah.
Yeah, if your colleague could assist, that'd be useful. Welcome. Yep, whenever you're ready.
The levels are level on all the car parks generally. As you're aware, the ground is very uneven and it actually falls into a bit of a valley as you go across the site. So we've actually put the levels in relationship to the flood levels rather than looking at the ground levels, because we have to put some storage in there, as in the infiltration ponds and things like that. So we've raised the levels, and it is actually level. What we've done is actually break the back on the car park, so actually some water goes to the east and some goes to the west, so we can keep the levels as low as possible. Yeah. To the east, as David pointed out, it is the lowest point on the site, hence we not focus our storage there. But the answer to your question is yes, it's generally level. In terms of, you discussed visibility, didn't you, on the car park? Yeah, okay. The visibility, we did analyse the visibility display for cars, and where we ran the buses around the bus routes, around the sites and the coaches, we actually put visibility displays on all the corners, and we've not planted any landscape in there. So yes, we have actually considered visibility and considered speed limit about 20 miles per hour for that site.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I just ask about the main site, not the meadow land, but the main landscaping? Most of the trees are what are called feathered trees. What does that mean? Is that a full-size tree or a small tree or?
Yeah. I don't know if planning colleagues can help with that one.
I noticed that most of the site is dotted with occasional trees, which on the key are labelled as feathered. I'm trying to get an impression of what the site will look like as you drive along the M11 and you see it, and the extent to which it will look like this is a car park, and the extent to which it will be broken up by tree cover.
Thank you.
Or shielded to some extent by tree cover.
If you could clarify that, that would be handy.
Yeah, I'll try and help. Sorry, I'm Nicola, landscape consultant to Cambridgeshire. In terms of feathered trees, it tends to be referring to the size but also the form of the tree. So they're not lollipop trees, if you like. They're younger stock. They would generally be used in kind of outfield planting, so woodland blocks. Within the car park itself, I don't have the planting plans to hand, but I believe that is larger tree stock that would be going in. But generally, one would use kind of feathered and transplant stocks for more woodland block planting. It establishes a lot quicker, basically. You were asking about the views from the M11 in particular?
Well, either from the A10, I mean, one of the big arguments against this is that it interrupts the open countryside. And what I'm trying to get a feel for is the extent to which the landscaping will mitigate that.
Okay. There's a large amount of structural landscaping around the travel hub. So the footprint of the travel hub itself has been kept intentionally quite small, which has allowed quite a lot of large planting belts and mounding around the edges of the site. Linking slightly as well to the point about the PV panels. Oh, excuse me, a bit out of breath. One of the issues with having the PV panels is that you can't obviously get a pattern of tree planting within the site where you've got the solar panels. So actually by having areas without the PV panels, you can introduce planting to break down the extent of car parking. From our point of view, we felt that the landscape proposals have been very well thought through in terms of the kind of structural planting and the way it's set into the landscape. Would you like me to talk a bit more about the views?
Can you give me an idea
specific...
of what species? I'm not talking about the trees in the car park, because they may well disappear at a later date if that's replaced with PV panels. But the planting within the main field site, so not the species-rich grassland, but the remaining site, how tall will they be? What species will they be?
There are planting plans provided with the application. That sets out a range of mixes. I'm not too sure if the sizes are provided on those drawings, but it's certainly something that's covered by condition in terms of the applicant providing more detail further down the line. So there is control over what those species are and what the size of planting is that goes in.
Can we get some clarity from the planners on that, please? Whether the size and style of tree and type of tree are actually conditioned now, or it's later down the line?
Yeah, so what we've done, because of the assessments that are done and some of the intricate details, particularly from the Wildlife Trust on how it's going to actually work with the neighbouring land, we've actually secured it so the finer detail, a bit like the cycle parking, etc., comes in as a, I think, look to Dallas, but I think it's a pre-commencement condition. So that would need to be approved before any works take place. So the principles, and Dallas may have her file with her to be able to supply to Nicola, but the planting in principle has been granted, and there will be certain, I don't know whether Deborah Ahmed wants to come in as well, there'll be certain species where they need to be locally, not native, I think is the word I'm looking for, so native species, and there will be an indication of how high they need to be. And I think the applicant may also want to come in because on some of the planting proposals, particularly with the PV, the glint and glare means it needs to be at a specified height for that to work as well. So we've controlled it as far as we can, and we've got the assessment, and we've worked everything on a worst case scenario. But we also have, if there is any failure, so coming back to what Councillor Ray was saying, if there's any failure of those species, they would need to be replaced. And also, they wouldn't be able to be removed. You would need planning permission to put more PV on site, so there would need to have to be another application to consider that.
Okay. So in other words, today we've just been asked to agree the principle of planting, albeit the finer detail will be decided later down the line before any building takes place.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you very much. Does that answer your question, Councillor?
Thank you. Yes, I think as much as possible.
Good. Members, any further questions of clarity for the applicants whilst they're here? Councillor Bradnam.
Actually, sorry, Chairman, I think I actually wanted to ask a question of clarification of the ecology officer. If that's
Could
possible.
that wait until just before the debate?
Yes, it can.
Thank you. Members, if nothing further for the applicants, I'll say thank you very much. Quite a few questions for you there, but as was mentioned, it's a very finely balanced application, so your input is useful in that situation. So thank you very much for your time. And we have no public bodies wishing to speak today, so we move to an objector. And again, we welcome back Dr. Alan Jones, please. I don't know, Dan, has either of these been sprayed? Councillor Bradham, your mic's on. Sorry. Thank you very much for bearing with us, Dr. James. And as with the previous speakers, you have 5 minutes to address the committee, and then, as with the last application, there'll probably be some questions of clarity for you at the end. So if you could hold on. Whenever you're ready, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, as I said at the previous application, my name is Alan James, and I'm the Chairman of the Campaign to Protect Rural England for Cambridgeshire and Peterborough. We're the oldest planning charity and only planning charity in the country, founded out of the work of that lovely lady from Wisbech, Octavia Hill. And we object strongly to this application, very, very strongly indeed. And a few little fine points. I should say I know this site very well because I used to work at Fisons and I used to plough the fields on the other side of the river as well. So I do know it very well. And actually it was a PBI site and it was a field trial site. It was never owned by Fisons. Okay. On the car parking, we were very, very surprised that there were only 108 car parking charge points, but I think that has been addressed slightly during the questioning. We were also very surprised that the only material for covering these car parking sites with solar was solar panels. There are other solar materials, like the solar cloth that was invented by a Cambridge company, which doesn't have glint and is a very nice solar generating material. In terms of the location, it's the wrong location. It is in the Greenbelt, and it is adjacent to the Wildlife Trust's Trumpington Meadows Reserve. That will have potential impacts on the reserve, and such as the traffic noise, light, air pollution, and it will increase footfall on the reserve, an impact that will bring to the fragile habitats of the reserve. We're concerned that it appears that the runoff from the site will be going into the river, oily contamination in the river. And the other big concern we have is that it will open up development to Hawkston, a ribbon development along the A10, using the site on the other side of the road. This will encourage such development. It will make it very difficult to resist. It is statutory Greenbelt, and that means that the paragraphs now 147 to 149 of the NPPF are very relevant, and they consider the very special circumstances required by paragraphs 147 and 148, and we don't think these have been demonstrated in this application. The Cambridge Greenbelt, we would point out, is unique. Not only does it protect Cambridge against urban sprawl, it protects its setting. It is the only Greenbelt in the country where that is written in, that it protects the setting of the city. In terms of landscape and biodiversity, we think it will erode the openness of the area. There's a very open landscape, and a few trees will not help. It will completely change the nature of that piece of landscape. It's best and most versatile farmland, and the farmland in this country is at risk. The largest growing area in this country is the fens, and because of climate change, the fens are at risk. 1 metre sea level rise by the end of this century, or possibly even 4.7 metre sea level rise by the end of this century. And that means we need every bit of farmland to be retained and not built on that is not in the fens, because central government is not spending enough money on protecting the fens against sea level rise and climate change. We're also concerned with the integration with wider transport proposals. This is a car park. it will therefore encourage people to use cars to get to it. They have to, or bikes maybe. But what Cambridge really needs is an integrated transport plan. And I was having that discussion with the local MP last night. And I hope he is now going to approach central government to encourage them to step in and ensure that there is an integrated local transport plan for Cambridge. And and as part of that, I would quote the leader of the City Council, Councillor Lewis Herbert, who described this site as a finger in the dike before we get a proper transport plan. It appears to be a car park largely for Addenbrooke's and the Biomed campus. And they already have car parks. And if they need them, perhaps they could build a few more, because they have land around them. Finally, I would bring your attention to the effect of COVID. Working patterns are changing. Offices are closing. And if they're not closing, they're converting to two or 3 days a week working, or even 1 day a week working. Two of my neighbours, they were commuting to Cambridge daily. One's converted to 1 day a week working, and the other to 2 to 3 days a week working, for significant organisations in Cambridge. In Peterborough, Compare the Market have closed 2 of their 3 office blocks. That is going to happen in Cambridge. So I believe that at very least this application should be deferred until we know what the outcome of both a proper transport study for Cambridge and the effect of COVID are going to be. This application is based on out-of-date information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, please, any questions of clarity? No, I think that's all very well articulated. So again, thank you very much for your time and hanging around all day. I appreciate it. It's a long day. Thank you. Members, those are all of our public speakers, although we do have written representations from one of the local members for Sawston and Shelford, Councillor Brian Milnes. Dan, I believe you're able to read out his comments for us.
Thank you, Chair. Committee members, Chair, sorry not able to appear in person today. Briefly, I am in general support of the scheme, but like many of our residents who will see cited in the report, I have reservations about several aspects of the scheme. My principal two are that I would have preferred to have seen the whole of the 3 car parking areas fitted with solar panels. One suggested will only provide 31% of electricity. Why stop there? Where is the GCP's commitment to renewable energy, and why is it not matching our commitment at St Ives and Babraham Park and Ride sites? The congestion at this M11 A10 junction has been getting steadily worse, attendant with growth of the CBC site. I've witnessed tailbacks along the southbound up to 500 metres and more as early as 7 AM as gridlock occurs at the roundabout and junction beyond. I'm concerned the assurances of better signalling resulting in improvement of throughput will not occur and alleviate significant extra traffic, given that the biomedical campus is set to grow to 32,000 people per day. The need for relief of the congestion around the campus is clear. I hope you share the confidence of the applicant that such a sizable site with an additional 2,000 more cars is the best solution to that problem. Councillor Milnes.
Thank you very much, Dan. Members, before we go to the debate, I'll open the floor up again if there's any final questions of clarity for any of the officers we have here. I know, Councillor Bradham, you had one previously, so I'll ask you to ask that now, please.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to ask the ecology officer what I noticed that the County Council have not raised an objection to this, but I just wanted to be sure about what confidence the ecology officer has about the outflow to the River Cam, or was it the River Granta? The outflow to the river, anyway, that would come from this site, and also why her view is different to that of, for example, the Wildlife Trust, who've maintained their objection, and are there factors that are giving her confidence? that's
Thank you.
possible.
You're on. Okay, so in terms of the drainage, I'm probably not the best person in terms of the drainage officers would be more appropriate to speak to, but my understanding is there's filtration systems throughout the site. So one of the slight benefits of the scheme is that we've asked for the water, once it's been through a reed bed on the site, to be used potentially to lift the water up in the coprolite ponds, which are at the moment draining quite badly down, and that's been kind of a benefit, and it's through the infiltration systems on the site that I don't believe there will be any pollution into those aspects. And likewise, it's an open swale most of the way down to the River Cam, so any pollutants should be dissipated, as it were, through that side. But I assume there's planning conditions in terms of detailed drainage, which would also pick that up.
Sorry, we'll get feedback if you don't turn yours off, I think. Yeah, so the lead local flood authority have looked at it, and also the Environment Agency. And the Environment Agency actually were the ones to say that it's likely that a separate regime will need to go through. So it's a bit like that first item. There's going to be a separate application that the applicant will need to make. From a planning perspective, we've looked at the rates, how it's going to be captured, to make sure that there isn't going to be a pollution problem. And that's something in particular the lead local flood authority look at. There has also been controls to make sure, and that this was something that the landowners that are doing the Trumpington Meadows site wanted to make sure that there's kind of like a footpath that goes down there at the moment, which is where that drainage channel where you saw the red line go down to the River Cam, that also needs to be reinstated. So the conditions have made sure that the drainage that needs to come in needs to be based on the information that's been approved to date, and also the restoration of that needs to be in line to take account of the ecological elements. It's also worth saying that probably the reason why we haven't got anyone from the Wildlife Trust here today, I'll stab a guess, is because basically we've had a number of meetings with him. He's worked really closely in terms of the impacts on that site, and I think one thing that I would say is officers actually felt very strongly that actually putting a car park right next to a country park would indeed put pressure on that site, and that's why we pushed the applicant team to make sure that they entered into the letter of comfort that's in the report, and actually that delivers fencing and some protection to make sure that they're not going to be disadvantage, shall we say, if indeed this is to be given approval. And that's where they were coming from. You know, ultimately, a bit like the gentleman from CPRE said, they believe it's the wrong location for it. But if it does come forward, they want to make sure that it benefits them as much as possible. And ultimately, that's part of the reason why we're also looking at the landscaping to come in fine detail, because depending on who comes forward, you can't assume that it will be the Wildlife Trust, if this is granted permission, that would be the people looking after it. Kind of makes sense if they're right next door. But in doing so, you need to make sure that that's developed so it thinks about the wider area. So where we talk about signage and footpaths, you need to take account of the ranges that are on that site as well. So again, the reason why this one, not as long as the last one, so I think it's just been a little over a year, we've gone through all of those different iterations, and we've also involved Wildlife Trust with the draft conditions as well. So we've done a number of elements just to give you some confidence on that as well.
Do you want to come back, Councillor?
Yes, I was just thinking there was another half to that question, and it was, it has escaped me. I'll leave. Sorry?
Was the second part about why it was different to the Wildlife Trust?
Oh yes, that's right, yes.
It's only because I'm typing notes, don't worry.
Thank you very much. It was the ecology officer has resolved that there's no objection, but the Wildlife Trust felt that there was still quite strong objections, so I wondered whether what your difference in opinion was.
Yeah, so as Emma said, that the Wildlife Trust would never, well, they might do at some point, but they've always said from the outset this is the wrong location for it. So that's what their objection is to do with. In terms of the ecology assessment, very detailed assessments have been done on the whole suite of protected species, flora, habitats which are there. We've also sought for the and GCP have made a commitment to provide biodiversity net gain, and one of the issues we've had is the assessment and how that's come forward to see whether biodiversity net gain will be delivered, and it's just a technical term of saying that will assess what habitats are there in terms of what quality they are, and then assess what will be provided as part of the scheme. And it doesn't assess the really important habitats like SSSIs or county wildlife sites. It looks at the locally important habitats. And both the Wildlife Trust and myself have looked at that data and confirmed that on the site we don't think they will be providing a biodiversity net gain, but we still require more details to which will be developed through the details coming forward as part of conditions. So in terms of the site itself, it's going to be an overall enhancement. The only negative side, as Emma has said, is the impact on the country park. And the reason why it's an issue is because the park has been designed that at the moment, if you visit the country park, you'd park in the original park and ride and you'd access it towards the city side. So that's all designed for lots of visitors and visitor pressure. But the side next to the park and ride has been designed to be a quiet area, so people can go in there, but it's designed to have less people in there, so it's more for wildlife. And the main issue that the Wildlife Trust have is that unfortunately people and wildlife don't mix. You need to zone them, and one of the big issues is the areas where you've got wildflower meadows and you've got nesting birds, and it's a big issue of if you've got dog walkers and lots of disturbance of people going across into the fields, and then if you've got dog walkers and you've got dog feces in there, you can't really manage the site as well in terms of hay cropping and things like that. So to resolve that issue, as Emma said, the Wildlife Trust have agreed to, and the applicant has agreed to install fencing, so there is that barrier between the wildlife and the people. I mean, hopefully it won't be too much of an issue, but we've seen throughout the COVID pandemic that people have been using their local resources more, and many of them are being degraded because of that. So that's why when this application came in, that to begin with we did have a holding objection to deal with the Wildlife Trust concerns, because it's quite valid that there is potentially more people, although I would suggest there is no survey done how many people will be accessing the country park. So as part of the planning conditions, there'll be a requirement to monitor to see how much is that impact on the country park compared to, I guess, most people will be going into the town. So there's that comfort that this site will be managed for 25, 30 years as part of the planning condition, and as well they'll be monitoring of the country park to make sure any impacts can be looked at, if that makes sense.
Thank you. Members, any final questions of clarity for any officers before we move to debate? No, I don't see any. So, given that, members, we'll now move to the debate. Obviously, we've heard from all the public speakers, the planners and the technical officers. So, members, if I could now invite people to give their views on the application, and then following that, we'll then move to a decision on this. So, members, over to you. First cab out the rank, Councillor Kindersley.
Thanks, Chair. I have to say I have tried really, really hard to love this application, and I just can't, for lots of different reasons. I tried to find out how much this is costing us, and the various responses from Google were in the order of 55 million. Then in 2020, 66.2 million, which included construction costs of 46.5 million. I don't know how accurate those are, and I don't know if they've changed. And of course, they're not actually material to the plan planning application process, but I think it's a useful reminder that this isn't actually a free project. So that's the first point I wanted to make. The second point I'd like to note is that I'm fairly certain that all members of the committee got a correspondence in the last 48 hours from Mr. Chisholm, who is well known in the locality, who wants to express his objections to this application in fairly stark terms. So I think useful to acknowledge that. We are in a state of very considerable flux when it comes to development. There are enormous pressures coming down from above, particularly related to the Oxcam arc and everything that goes with it. And we have created one of our own pressures, which is that we seemingly are incapable of tying up public transport and public transport infrastructure delivery in any kind of coherent fashion. So the people of Trumpington and Shelfords and so on face East West Rail, they face Cambridge South Station, they face CSET, they face this. There's just no tie-up between any of these objectives. And at the moment, of course, we have a newly elected mayor who's made it very clear that he is not going to support some of the infrastructure projects which are being pursued and is going to support very substantial investment, we hope, into public transport in the shape of buses. And Mr. Chisholm makes the point that actually not only do park and rides take people off buses, but also that, at the point I make right at the beginning, this enormous amount of money, one does question how much better buses might be if it was used on bus provision instead. So those are some of my particular irritations. Dr. James did quite quietly suggest that actually this application should be deferred, not least until we have a much greater understanding of how travel patterns are changing as a result of the pandemic, and I absolutely agree. I don't think we'd get a deferral vote through, and I would be even more unpopular than I was this morning with people in Haddenham. So I will come to how I'm going to vote now, and that is, I think, against, because this application is for a giant car park in the Cambridge Green Belt. It is almost as if we have never heard of the climate emergency, and it just really grieves me that this site, which should be so easy to make 100% plus energy neutral, as it were, is only going to be providing 31% of its own energy. That surely should underline the fact that this is indeed, as all of the environmental organisations have pointed out, the wrong application in the wrong place. I think it's actually the wrong application in any place, but in any case. Ms. Fitch made the point throughout the report in front of us that this is extremely finely balanced when it comes to the really only grounds for refusal, which is the impact on the green belt. And can I just remind you what the purpose of the Cambridge Green Belt is? It's to preserve key views of Cambridge from the surrounding countryside, to offer a soft green edge to the city, a distinctive urban edge, green corridors, and the distribution, physical separation, setting, scale and character of the villages, and finally a landscape that retains a strong rural character. That does not include any of those things, a giant car park, which this is, no matter for all the speeches about travel hubs and loveliness associated with that. It's actually apparently going to have less benefits at this travel hub than the current Trumpington Park and Ride. So I am sorry to say I'm not going to support officer recommendations, having considered all of the matters. I would support a deferral. I think it's become clear that there are quite a lot of matters, particularly raised by Councillor Bradnam, that still need bottoming out. But I don't think I'll get a seconder for that, so I'm afraid currently I am going to vote against. Unless I hear something fabulous to the contrary. But I think it's unlikely because it was a very comprehensive report.
Thank you, Councillor. Emma, are you indicating?
Yeah, I'm just going to double check something. Obviously, I'm just processing everything you've just said, because I've been typing it right the way through. I'm just wondering, and it is only just a wondering question, whether actually a deferral, bearing in mind we wouldn't be able to come back in September because the deadline for September committee is next week, whether a deferral to pick up the points and actually be very specific about what would need to be deferred on would be something that members would like, so it comes back and you get the full consideration and it can take account of things like the contamination, the drainage, and the justification, and I think it's fair to say the agents didn't necessarily have all the answers to hand. They had them, but they were unfortunately having to do it off the top of the head. Whether it would be better to defer the item, to then bring it back, so you've got all of those points in front of you to be able to create that balance, or whether you do want to just move to a refusal based on that balancing. I don't have a view either way. I'm just making sure that the option is out there.
Well, Chair, if perhaps you offer some guidance, if a deferral is felt to be appropriate, I'm happy to propose it.
If members as a whole feel they would like some more information, they'd like more time for officers and the applicant to provide that information, and when we then bring this application back at a future committee meeting, I'd be happy to support a deferral on that basis if the majority of the committee are agreed. I've got three speakers, Councillor Corney, Bradnam and then Gardner, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So obviously I agree, this is very finely balanced, and but I think we're sending out very mixed messages. We don't want people in Cambridge in their cars, but we don't want to provide a facility for them to be, leave their vehicles outside. And, there isn't the bus services there. It's a conundrum. We all know that. It's not one of us around this room today is going to come up with the answer for that. But I find it really frustrating. But I was going to offer what you've just said yourself, and I'd actually second the deferral if it helped things along. So.
That does. Thank you, Councillor. Before we take any decisions on anything, I want to hear from other speakers, please. So, Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd support a deferral for further information, partly because, as I said, this was raised as a briefing to the Joint Development Control Committee, and we raised issues about the wisdom of the location, but also about the fact that this is described as a travel hub, but it isn't very much of a hub. It's just a car park with some buses and an opportunity for bicycles to go over the motorway in a slightly safer way than they were before. We also raised issues about the solar canopies, the fact that there ought to be more solar generation. If it was going to be in the green belt, and that would be lost, then they really ought to use the facilities, the location better. Also, this business of providing charging for, adequate charging for taxis and such like. But the other point was that it just didn't seem to be very joined up with a good transport strategy for Cambridge. And I feel there's a whole lot of stuff that we suggested which doesn't seem to have been taken on board. The other point of view is that this site was offered as I believe, as a mitigation for the impact of the development at Trumpington. It was part of the 106 sort of delivery, and certainly the impact that this will have on the Trumpington Meadows Nature Reserve, I think is really quite significant. And I think we need to think about how that's going to affect that area. So I would support a deferral for more information.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll take Councillor Gardner and then I'll come back to Emma for some final comments. Councillor Gardner, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, I fully support a deferral of this particular item. What I would be interested to know is, as it's a travel hub, how it will interconnect with bus services how it would work with interconnecting services with Cambridge South railway station, East-West Rail and all that sort of thing, I think that would be an extreme benefit for all members to know how this travel hub will interconnect with future travel arrangements across the county. So I do think that should be taken into account and brought back to this committee.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bradnam, your mic is on. And Emma, I'll come back to you now for a final comment if you wish. Yep.
So I'll obviously bring Jaspreet in to make sure that we're covering everything off legally, but in particular I'm keen to make sure that we are specific about what we're deferring on and what's going to need to be brought back. So what I've got down at the moment, happy to add to it or alter it, is justification and use of the travel hub rather than a giant car park. We won't be too precise with those words, but I'm just kind of summarising. The Section 106 and the impact on the Trumpington Meadows Nature Reserve, drainage, pollution, use of solar panels and charging points, and ultimately how it links into the wider travel planning and connectivity. Have I missed anything?
Could I add to that the uncertainty over the demand, or whether that's included already in your justification?
What I'll do is I'll be specific and
well, due to
that.
patterns of different patterns.
So
of
if we do
working.
if I add in there COVID and demand and how it splits between the where it's taking its actual movements from, the M11, A10.
Yes.
And new.
But
new uses.
overall demand, I think, is very uncertain at the moment, but not likely to be resolved in the next few months. I think that's going to take rather longer than that to work out how that changes.
Of course, we have had quite detailed traffic models I've just been reminded of. So, what are your thoughts about including that as a reason for deferral? Is that warranted? We have quite detailed traffic modelling included within the report, so would demand be a suitable reason for deferral?
Potential drop in demand.
I think it's about having that justification in front of us, being clear on what it is and what a new. I think one of the things that Councillor Kindersley was looking for was what is new, what is existing, what is a change, what is that modal shift. I'm sure that it does exist. I just don't think we've necessarily pulled it out as officers, and rightly so. They probably didn't realise it was going to come up, so they didn't have that with the agent today. So I think a deferral would allow that to be more specific. Just coming back to timescales, I don't think it's. I've already said that we can't make the next committee, even if we wanted to. I don't think it's necessarily going to be a quick item to come back necessarily, but I don't think we can hold off until we have, say, like a new all singing or dancing for the mayor and everything else to come forward. So I think there will have to be some scenarios built into that, and we'll make sure that we bring our highways colleagues along again, so we can make sure that you've got it from both sides. You've got the assessment side of it from the council's perspective, but also the applicant can make sure he's supported as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, Councillor Kindersley?
I think that's all very helpful, Chair, thank you. I would add, please, that this is a development proposed in the Green Belt, and we need to be absolutely certain that the balance is much less fine than it is currently. And as part of that for me is the implications of climate emergency and the obligations of this authority, the commitments this authority has made to its residents, and I would like to see that covered in some detail in the next report.
Okay.
Yeah, and just one last thing to double check. Do you want to know what was the considered species and heights of that landscaping? Because we weren't able to give you that today. We're nearly bringing everything back, I think, is where we're coming from here. But it's going to be important, I think, if I bring Jaspreet in, to make sure we're very clear on what we're deferring on.
Yeah. Any comment, Jaspreet?
No comment, other than I do think it's important that the traffic models are produced so that councillors can take a view on how they impact on the balance. But yeah, nothing other to add.
Okay, thank you. And a comment from Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you, Chairman. I live in Milton, and I'm mindful that the Milton Park and Ride, which is also in Greenbelt and was justified on the grounds of the need as an exceptional circumstance, what I see now around Milton is that the Greenbelt between Milton and Histon and Impington is being eroded gradually by development, and I am mindful that this could so easily happen at this Hawkston site too, and I think we need to be very careful when we consider applications which threaten the Greenbelt, or indeed, as the wording in the application says, irreparably destroy the Greenbelt. It's not destroy, it says irreparably change, something like that. And I think we need to be very careful, so I'm very glad that we come back with a bit more information, because it is very finely balanced. Throughout this report, we've been told that the officers are very carefully sidestepping, advising us, because they say this delicate matter is for the Planning Committee to consider, so we really need to have the right information. Well, I'm sorry, I'm not saying the information we have in front of us is not right. I'm just saying I think we'd like a little more clarification on the points that we've requested, so thank you very much that we're supporting and proposing and supporting deferral.
Thank you. Emma?
Yeah, and I would fully support that, because ultimately what the report does demonstrate is officers have already been minded to say that they didn't think it was an inappropriate development in the Greenbelt, so we've already put that weighting in there as well. So I think it's essential that you all have the detail before you do that final balance. So I'm in agreement.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, we have a proposal to defer this application proposed by Councillor Kindersley, seconded by Councillor Corney. We have the reasons for deferral as just outlined by our planning officer. So, members, I'm going to ask for a vote on this, please, by a show of hands. So can I ask for all those in favour of deferral to show their hands, please? 4, 5. That is unanimous. So that application is deferred. Members, we now move to item 7, and that is the summary of decisions taken under delegated powers. So this is page, thank you, this is page 195 onwards of our agenda packs. Members, this item is just for noting, but obviously if any members have any questions around the report, now will be the time to ask them. Councillor Bradnam.
I'd just like to point out that item 9, the pedestrian crossing at Waterbeach Community Primary School, we're looking forward to that happening before the beginning of next September's term, but we currently have a gas installation going along the same road at the same time, so we're very much hoping that both of those things get done before next September. Thank you.
Thank you. That's noted. So, members, if there are no further questions, we've just been asked to note that report. Thank you very much. And I believe that is the final item on our agenda. So I say thank you very much to all our contributors and to the members, and also to our officers as well. Been very patient with us, and thank you very much, members. We'll close the meeting there.